Welcome. Hello, everybody. It's me, Hank. Welcome to the Winners and Losers Show with Hank Thompson. Hi, everybody. It's another one. Episode 210. Thrilled to be back. Thrilled to be entertaining and absolving, massaging, touching. Oh, God, it's getting worse. Vibrating your eardrums. Aren't you lucky? We got these 3 bones in there. And they go, and then your brain goes, yeah, I have tinnitus, and it fucks up. It's inside, it's past the bones, which sucks. So that's how I start. I'm not doing a retake. Holy moly, we got some cool stuff to talk about. The website's up. It's so fucking cool. We're gonna talk about it real soon. But first, I'm just too. I was gonna wait a little bit, but look at this. Look at the screen. Look at the screen. See the upper right corner. Website. That's right, motherfucker. TellTheTruthChank.com. For the film. Supporting the GoFundMe is the main impetus for doing the website. It's not a documentary unless you have a website, right? So now we have a website. We're going to talk more about that. We'll take a look at it. Hyper amateur. It could be worse. Let's be honest. It could be worse. But it's yeah. So the reason you haven't seen much of me posting the last 2 weeks is because I've been doing this fucking website. I've just been so obsessed with. And if I put in hours a day on that, it's almost impossible for me to click the gear shift over to then do this show and do the podcast and set up the video. And I almost recorded this podcast last Thursday. In fact, I did about a half hour when I published the website. But I ended up being in a big rush, and I just decided not to use that. Yeah. Oh man, I'm just tired. I just been, and then I crashed over the weekend. I needed some days to only work a little bit. And those are nice and recovery filled. So other stuff, some TYT stuff went down with Sam, Emma, Anna responded to the intense volleys from Majority Report HQ over there. So I tweeted some stuff out last week. There's some clips we're going to look at. We're not going to go super deep on all that stuff. Just sort of have to touch on it. And of course, there's a lot more going on though. He's got some Elon crap to look at. We have the C-SPAN links ready to go to look at these Nazis at the CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Committee conference or whatever. Ben Shapiro, Steve Bannon, and Elon Musk. I don't necessarily think we're going to get through all that. That's a lot. That's a whole, oh shit, don't too much. So that's a whole bunch. That's a whole bunch to look at. Maybe another day. I need to keep this short. Not going to happen. Under 5 hours would be great. Under 3 would be awesome. I'm going to shoot for 90 minutes because everything gets more complex when it's so big and stupid and long that I just get so exhausted by it all. So more stuff. Oh yeah. There's just a bunch of shit coming up. I don't even remember. What do I even have? Yeah, a bunch of Twitter links and stuff. This is the best I could do. I've been getting ready the whole time. I did a whole bunch of setup in OBS though. So look at this. Watch this. Look how cool this is. Oh, look at that. It even changed the logo on the right to the winners and losers thing. I used to do that in DaVinci. Now I don't have to waste time doing that in the edit, trying to make things more streamlined. But the main thing, in addition, as I said, to creating the website, please like and please subscribe. Please consider supporting the project. Patreon.com/winners and losers. There's also a link tree in the description. That's what we call it. But the biggest thing here is the website. Now, I was on Leftist Mafia. I haven't watched it yet. I still, in my brain, think I was the most embarrassing possible thing a man could be, the most embarrassing level of embarrassment. I know it wasn't that bad. Your brain, my brain especially, but all of our brains tend to overthink how bad we look, and then you see it back and you go, "Oh, I didn't. It wasn't. It was fine." So eventually, I'm going to do me watching that and reacting to it. That same week, I called up the Majority Report. There was some stuff going down with TYT again online, and I tweeted out about the woodworking call that I'd made to Sam. So we're going to actually watch that and react to that in this episode. That'll be cool. But partly what spurred this, I feel like the last several months, well, several years really, but the last month or two has been this like full on full court press of effort, of just long days and intense stuff. The Francesca Fiorentini thing with Cenk, even though I didn't get to reacting or doing anything about that, that was a really intense thing to like make and work on and make those videos and do the whole, like I've done like a 5-hour podcast in December, and then like a 5-hour podcast in January, and it's in one of those. And then I did like multiple clips from it, and I still think I need to do some clips from it, and I'm so behind. Everything just feels way behind. The overarching lesson of all this is there's a very good reason why documentaries aren't made by individuals generally. It's possible that it can happen. I'm trying to do one, but um there's a good there's usually there's a group. When you go to a documentary website and you see like crew or staff or about us, it's always like a bunch of people. Producers and other people, editors and film and blah, blah, blah. And I'm trying to do everything by myself. So it's a lot. It's a lot. Yeah. So Leftist Mafia was okay. So yeah, there was that podcast content about Cenk hate cackling at me. It's in the description. You can see it. It's in right here. Maybe that's in if I put it in the description, but you can find it. It's this one with the green eyes. There's also a short version right here as well. And then Cenk goes on the Generational Change podcast, and this video pops up here. Well, these are the ones I made, where he lies again about the origin of the union. He doubles down on the lie and on the smear, and it definitely affirms why this movie has to be made, because he's certainly still running away from what really happened. He doesn't want people to know about the employment conditions that drove us to unionize. He certainly doesn't want anybody to know that he's a union buster. He straight up just lied about that in October. So these two videos took a ton out of me. All I mean is like, I'm not even trying to make excuses. I'm just like, and then getting ready to go on Leftist Mafia, but I was also already working on the GoFundMe, writing the copy for it, working on the trailer. And it's just all this stuff I'm doing behind the scenes. And then I feel like I'm not posting and I'm not being present enough to justify like support on Patreon or something like that. And then I just start to beat up myself for feeling like I'm slacking off or something, even though this is literally dysfunctionally breaking down because I'm not slacking off. So and I'm looking forward to doing the Leftist Mafia reaction where I watch it. And it won't be as bad as I feel it is currently, but I know I was hyper because I was too tired to not mask my autism. I was sort of in hyper. I'd been sprint editing the GoFundMe. So I know we're all over the place right now, but yes, I'm just thrilled to launch this. Watch this. What the? God damn it, it's not working. That's hover. I think that's the cache thing. What the hell? Hold on, let's reload. Hold on. What the fuck? This hover. It's supposed to be a hover animation on the GoFundMe button. Should I change that to like Hank's GoFundMe or go support? It feels when you're trying to raise money, and we're trying to raise $50,000. It feels like every single word could make or break a sale. Somebody saying, okay, sure, I'll give you, or fuck, this guy's weird. He's making me feel strange or something. So I don't know. I have no idea. This is supposed to be a hover. There's a hover animation. So this takes you to the link tree. There's a bunch here. I also have a Venmo. It's so annoying keeping up with all this shit. So anyway, I hadn't even intended to have a website. I mean, I wanted to do a website. I didn't feel like it was within my purview. And if I could maybe do one, it would be super basic. And this one is very basic. And so the day of the Leftist Mafia, which was last Thursday, 2 weeks Thursday, 2.5 weeks, early February, I should have taken, and I knew I needed to, because I've learned to manage this energy thing a little bit better. My whole day is spent caging tigers, trying to stay focused, trying not to get too distracted. Autism related autistic, I'm sure I'm ADHD as well, but eventually I expect to validate all that with formal diagnoses. But the whole chore, the whole challenge is to keep the tigers calm, is to keep them in their cages, and all sorts of things in the world and in my own internal universe can come by and open up all those cages in my brain. And but I was very intensely editing like for 2 days straight, up to about 5 minutes before I jumped into the Leftist Mafia, like Streamlabs or whatever the hell they do, to sit there and wait to talk to them. And I was just like hypered up, man. So, but we'll see. We'll watch it again. And I know I got a lot of information out, and I know I got some good moments in there too. So it wasn't a terrible thing. But like 2 days before that, I had been on the majority, or called into the Majority Report, and that was awesome. It was really cool. We're gonna watch that today. I already said that, didn't I? But while all this is going on, I'm like working on these things and working on other stuff and trying to get the stuff set up for the film. And yeah, so look at this. Watch, when you click on something, it slides down. Isn't that cool? Watch clips that'll go down. It's just like a huge landing page. These are called sections, and so you kind of break them. Let me try this real quick. Oh crap. Okay, hang on. Hold on. Here we go. Full size. Full size, almost there. I know you. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, I got to do it like this. Sorry. There. Yes. Nope. Half screen. I sized it for half. Yes. There you go. Look at that. That's cool. Even has the winners and losers bug up in the corner above it already. That's awesome. So here's the website. This nav bar at top. So look how it hovers or it scrolls off when you scroll down or whatever the fuck. These are called interactions. I first started doing it. Oh yeah, I had to connected to this is because I went on Leftist Mafia and I had gotten the GoFundMe launched literally like 10 minutes before I jumped into them. Let's click on it and go to it here. I have received some amazing donations, which is so freaking awesome. I don't know if people want their names up here, but we've already got $943, $50,000 goal. I feel like it's been kind of soft, not soft. I'm calling that a soft launch. I'm not sure, but I feel like I've let it all die off already because I haven't really done a full-on press tour thing. But that's what the website was for. So I can work on trying to get in touch and trying to reach out and trying to connect with journalists and other shows and try to go on other shows and stuff. The things that I'm terrible at, I'm so not good at that part of it, this whole deal. I just wish I could just do the video editing and sort of the screaming and yelling and stuff and this, the kind of storytelling and shit, because God damn it. So all this writing in here, I don't know, maybe this is too much for a GoFundMe. Kind of details the story. If you're already up to speed on my shit, you're going to hear a lot of the same stuff, the exploitative working conditions that drove us to unionize, the ethical boundaries that Cenk violated, in my opinion, the union busting itself, lying to his audience about the union busting, that the workers were manipulated by outsiders to start the union in order to harm his run for Congress. Ridiculous. Actually, that's right here. Or no, it's in one of these up here. And then the employment conditions that drove us to unionize. And as we saw on that interview on the Generational Change podcast, he's still lying about it. He's still not.
So why are people saying in our chat you're a union buster?
So I don't blame the people who've been misled. I blame the people who are misleading them.
But it's not.
Peter, Jen, he's lying to your faces right here. He thinks he has no respect for y'all. He has no respect. Read the articles. Look everything up. You don't have to believe me. You can look it all. You can check it all.
Are you a union buster?
No, I'm definitely not a union buster.
Cenk did a 2-month. Okay, I wasn't even planning on doing that. So that's my video. Obviously, that's me. As if you were confused. So he's still lying about it, which is just amazing. And this movie needs to be finished. This movie needs to be told. It's an important story. There's really important themes here. It's about what I hope in a distant future, when I can look back on it, and by distant I mean like 7 weeks. It feels like a million years happen every single day, and yet we're all numb. And what a horrifying society that we live in. Just a brutal psychiatric kind of torture chamber that we're all stuck in. Ugly, stupid shit. Humans are just supposed to be like relaxed and then occasionally like running a lot. Like that's all we really need to be doing. And some of us weirdos who don't want kids would be the ones being like, look, the sticks now are like things we can use. And that would have been like my role. I would have been like, I don't know, I feel whatever. Okay. When I fantasize about living in a distant past, I just, for some reason, picture myself figuring out good ways to catch fish, either through nets or like clever sticks, sticking sticks in the mud, and then the fish get stuck. I probably would have befriended many local saber-toothed squirrels and stuff. So, but ultimately, I'm hoping that this film becomes a vesicle for other people's stories and for other people's irritation at their fucking bosses and their jobs. How often do you get to stand up to your boss and make a big stink about how shitty of a boss they are? And that's among the things that this film is doing. And it's the internet's boss. It's Cenk Uygur. And so if we can kind of rally enough people to my side, and I'm going to make some sort of animation out of this drawing right here. We'll see more of that later. If not this, I mean, I have like this. I screen recorded it, so I have the files set aside to do something with that. Fill in this field. I need allies. I need help. I can't do that. It's like, and the reason 50,000 feels like a tremendous amount of money, even though for a documentary it's really quite paltry. Truly, it is. Just for 4 years of work, that's $50K. I owe my roommate $30,000 at least in rent debt. He's committed to me seeing this through. He's not going to kick me out, and but it's a curse. I mean, I'm burdened. He's burdened, and this is about alleviating that burden and then funding the next 6 to 8 months or so it might take to do the edit. And then hopefully there's ongoing support as well. Honestly, I don't think 50K is really enough for this whole project, but that's where I'm hoping to get to. And what a relief it'll be to work on the film when there's an audience I know is waiting. There's people looking for it to be finished. Like that'll be a help to me. Just getting rid of the money stress is going to be a massive bonus to the old head I got here, and so I can get properly finish this damn story. I thought of a metaphor of like a sausage or a hot dog. Actually, hot dog's better for cartoon. Not that you can't do a cartoon sausage, obviously, but like it's like I'm building an 18-inch sausage. Hot dog. I'd rather eat a sausage than a hot dog. Let's be honest. Although I would love a long hot dog. I wouldn't be against it. It's like this whole thing is an 18-inch hot dog, and I've already finished 12 inches. So I need your help with these next 6 inches of hot dog. In fact, if you want to go look at the hot dog in Adobe Hot Dog, we'll come all the way down here. I don't have sections. I don't have links for everything. These should probably be separate pages. Oh, this is cool. This is cool. Watch when you expand it. Look at that background. Is it showing up on the? Can I zoom it out? It's like a wall of evidence. I didn't do every single bit I've got, but it's got like papers and stuff. Look at that. Isn't that awesome? Fuck yeah, man. Fuck yeah. This is what I spent the last 2 weeks doing. This is this shit. So here's the editing timeline. And actually, this is a bit outdated. The 38 minutes, so there's the 46-minute chunk comes to about here. How's this looking? Oh, you know what? I even set it up to do a better full. Let's go this one. This one. That's terrible. But we'll go, wait, no, turn off this one. Still bad. Oh, because it's in the wrong setup here. Hold on. Yeah, nice. Okay. And then centered it. What? That's not working? Hold on. I can't do 2? Okay. All right, yeah, that's okay. Fuck. Great show, dude. You can see it. It's fine. So, up to... All right, we'll go back to the other one. I'll turn this one off. This one goes on. We're going to change the browser to half. And there it is. All right, that's better. And that makes me small, too. I'm trying to get smaller. Still eating chicken pot pies every night. I like to dump, like, veggies and other meats. I just use it as a base. And I just realized I like gravy. I like Thanksgiving and gravy. So I get to have a little Thanksgiving meal every night with the chicken. They take like an hour. I leave them in for about hour 20. You can go a little long because I load them up a little bit on top. And I love a nice crunchy onion. Who doesn't love? What am I doing? Sorry, this is what it's. Breathe, buddy. Jesus Christ. Just calm down. So here's the edit. This is up to the first 46 minutes, which the vast majority of people have not gone and watched the next 38. But the first 46 minutes comes up to around here. This pink, purpley bit here that I'm kind of mousing over. This is the ethical dark web sequence, I believe. Pretty sure that's correct. That might not be. No, this is the, it's been a little while since I've even looked at it. Yeah. Oh yeah, here. This is the Bernie Sanders endorsement, unendorsement sequence. This like kind of stack of stuff right there, because it's a huge pile of different windows. If you recall, it's 3 different panes, and you also have things turning on and off as it flies around. So that's a bunch of stuff. And these are all clip outs. I do these like high quality video exports that sit on top of the timeline, or else the computer can't handle processing all this stuff at once. It's a giant project. Like this is 2 hours over to here. And so what you've seen is the first 46 minutes is about to here. Then there's the opening of the first 38 minutes. I'm not describing it because I want you to be surprised. It's a fun opening. And that's the second chunk that's on the playlist. They're both in the description. Please go watch. And then that actually goes to about here-ish. So I need to update these screenshots and build out. This whole thing is like 8,000 something pixels, 10,000 pixels left or right. It's shrunk it down for the website because websites, turns out, they don't like high images that are super big and take a long time to download. There's a whole optimization thing. I'm using Webflow. I was trying to do it with this thing called Quarkly, which is like free because it was going to send me over to or easily post it and host it on Netlify, which is a host that I've used before for some other stuff, but I couldn't remember how to do any of this shit. So I had to like because I spend like time on a website every 5 years and then I forget it and I can go back. So some of this was a little familiar, and I'm pretty fast learner if there's the right information, but I just kept getting stymied on doing this freebie one that would all to try to save like 14 or 15 or bucks a month or something for hosting on Webflow because the other one's free. And I was getting so frustrated. Hours and hours and hours were being lost. And I sort of designed it in this other one. This background is a tile, this stone thing, kind of fun. And I added these little graphic the flower pots and stuff. I'm not sure if people really resonate with the coffee cake deal that I'm doing. But hopefully, I don't know. I feel like there's something there. I named it the article "The Good Coffee Cake" because the Good Son was taken. Why did I say that? Is that The Good Wife? Is that a TV show? Yeah, and so what was I saying? Something about the website. Oh, so finally I just was fed up and I was like, you know what? I've gotten a few donations, and that's what I was trying to say earlier, by the way. I mean, I kind of did, but thank you to those who've donated. I really want to send personal thank yous to everybody. I hope any people don't feel like I'm neglecting that or something. This is the social sort of stuff that where I make weird assumptions and then my head goes off and spirals into madness. So thank you though. I mean, I can't tell you what it means. A few have come in have been pretty big, you know. And there's been someone gave me a donation on a different platform. Like I said, you don't have to go through GoFundMe. Some people might already have accounts set up through Coffee, PayPal Direct, Patreon. I have a Venmo too. I think I might add that to this link tree. So I was like, fuck. because I know Webflow is much better and it hosts it, it publishes it, and everything is just streamlined and it has this much. I mean, there's no community for this other thing. So great troubleshooting. Their tutorials are really funny. Actually, like they're so well made. They're so smart. They're short and quick and they're thorough. Web design is really tricky. There's all sorts of little shit you got to think about, all these headers, and you got to do the right like hierarchy structure. Oh, see, look, now it's working. See that? It's called a hover animation. Hover on, hover off, hover on, hover off. Let's see. GoFundMe goes big. It was, for some reason, it's on initial resting state was what it was before. Look at that. Is that not worth $1,000 donation? Come on, everybody. Let's. It took me like 2 hours to make that fucking. I could make it turn a little bit. You want me to see me make it fucking turn? Because I'll make it fucking turn. Look down here. Go all the way down. Look at these. Can you see them? Oh, goddamn, you can't see them, motherfucker. You can't see them. Oh well. Well, just imagine something awesome happening, okay? And that's what I have little links at the bottom, and they increase by 20% when you mouse over them, and then they go back to 100%. So they go from 1.1 to 1. What am I doing? That's exciting. So now we're on Webflow. I can make changes. I'm not sure I like this first page. It feels a little outdated. Here's can you see the boss? Gotta kind of anchor it to the other side or something here to get this to look better. But yeah, you can see the guy on the right. That's the boss background character. That's kind of the thing in the video. Also doing let's just change the URL here. I'll type it in manually since there's no working on an about section. This is not set up perfectly yet, but yeah, so you can see the site here. And you see, okay, that's the other thing you got to do about websites. You see how these things snap down? These are called viewports. And these are for making sure that it looks good on mobile devices and tablets, which is very important. It's like half traffic at least or something. It will be mobile only or mobile, so people are going to have all these different devices. Like it's like this is what it would look like on your mobile device basically. So, but like each one of these, you can customize these gaps. They're called padding and margin. And then, see, I don't have it totally set up to see it perfectly, but this about section is basically intended for press to see like a short, like just get to the point, what's going on. If someone's curious, maybe they just want to see just a little bit. Of course, I like the little animated this thing down here. I really wanted this to have a thing where my Hank character is sitting in the chair, and then when you mouse over him, he disappears. I want people to feel stress for that. Like, oh no, they made him go away. And then have a different trigger. Like I was thinking about doing a flower pot, like over here. You know, It's actually the favicon or favicon. I don't know how it's pronounced. Never heard anybody say it before. But and then when you mouse over the flower pod, the Hank comes back, because these are all it is triggers that just you can just drop the opacity at a certain duration. So, but I spent a bunch of time trying to get this goddamn chair and desk to stay still. There's all these relationships. Websites are just nested boxes after nested boxes, so everything is its own sort of like horizontal or vertical sequence of commands that tell it how to move around when because everybody's browser is going to be different, everybody's device is going to be different, and so it's just but then you end up with these parent elements or parent and children boxes, and so the children are affected by the parent, but then some of the settings you place into the children also affects the parents, and if you don't do it right, you'll make changes, nothing happens, but you actually are changing things, and then but so you need to really understand what little tweaks are doing to other parts. It's so intuitive once it clicks, and because of I switched it to Webflow, that helped a ton because I was able to get a lot of troubleshooting help just by searching for answers and shit. Let's watch the trailer for the documentary. I'm going to change this, so this trailer will be new, different. I'm mostly just going to re-edit the opening animation sort of stuff. I might add some film grain, and I'm going to take away the part where Cenk's face is covered when he vomits. I feel like that's an important moment to sort of show the animosity that's flowing here, the hate in his eyes, and the kind of. I might even do a separate trailer that is sort of centered around that. But this is what we have up currently. What I'm going to put up will be very similar, but the first half is going to be basically, it's going to be somewhat different. And I decided to wake up that union drive, not knowing where it's going to end up, but just being like, I got to do something. It's working for Cenk Uyghur, and I'm not getting any health care, no pay days off, no benefits at all. Felt like I was being forced to carry a dark secret about TYT. I know why we started the union. It was exploitative working conditions. And other workers had their other reasons, and there's probably some of the reasons that will never see the light of day. The first attempt was 18 months before Cenk became a politician. And the union comes forward, and Cenk goes and tells his audience his political foes started the union in order to harm his run for Congress, followed by 2 months of aggressive union busting. Wild story. It was all to hide the truth, create a smokescreen. Because if he had to explain to his audience, oh yeah, my workers did have a genuine union here, they would say, well, what were their grievances? Why were they unionizing? And those are questions he does not want to answer. So I'm going to fucking answer him. That's what this whole thing is.
Allowed to stand up for working class people? The answer is yes! Yes!
Didn't you see what they did to Cenk Uyghur from the Young Turks?
The fish rots from the head down.
So there you go. I haven't watched it in a week or so. So yeah, it's definitely some stuff there that I need to tweak. But why I did the website is so that I can replace this text. Please support. Go to the website and make it easy for people to not have to type all this. I don't know. Maybe that'll be a difference maker. So there you go. That's it. That's the GoFundMe. That's the trailer. That's the website. Please give it a look. Yeah, see, it's not going to work because these are in-page links. There's hover states. There's all kinds of crazy shit. I get really like dialed in on this stuff. I get super like crazy obsessively focused. I even got so intense about this all that I found a whole bunch of new European DJs to listen to. And it's just some hot lady doing that. And then there's usually like drone camera stuff. It's either like dorky white guys or a hot lady. And I really want to be a DJ. I want my Hank guy to be a DJ. That's a good way for me to be a shut-in and a DJ. I'm just going to animate my guy as a world-class DJ because all it is like different colors, boop, 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 and like some purple lasers and stuff. I don't know. I'll get some EDM music off of fucking YouTube, royalty free or something. I don't know. I just but that kind of music. It's called progressive melodic techno. The word progressive is the key word for that type of music. If you're neurodivergent, if you have a brain like mine, that sort of pounding kind of bassy, some of the techno house dance shit gets a little too, and I don't like shit where you can hear a crowd screaming and yelling. That's always I find that distracting. Other than Adele concerts, but yeah, so I've got some playlists I've been building for those that are just like really nice for me to just go and it when I find myself it's like dancing to it without even realizing I'm listening to it while I'm getting stuff done. That's when daddy's meatballs are sliding down his dad gullet. That's when things are good. This is how I do chef's kiss. That's what that means. So, okay, good. I want to end the show now. This is the only fun part of the show we're going to have all the whole fucking time. Read the story though. This is everything that Cenk doesn't want anybody to know about. I plotted to start the fucking union. Like, this is why when he tries to tell other people how this union started, he's lying about me. He's literally fucking lying about me and my friends too, because they actually took initiative a year before I did this and took initiative to try to deal with these working conditions. So it's just fucking outrageous that he still thinks he can go around and lie about it. Yeah, and it totally sucks that Hassan, has also contributed unwittingly to hiding what happened at TYT from everybody else. That sucks. So let's switch over here. Very exciting. All right, so what do we got here? This is just Elon Musk running away from his child, one of his 50 spawn or something. He only has male children. Has this guy ever gotten it in there? Has he not? What the hell? I mean, I assume he has. I've had sex, and I've even when I was a thousandaire, which is more than I am now. I'm 100aire these days. But like, what the fuck? So this dude is using the whole conservative obsession with these families and with this little weird nuclear family and this kind of like trying to live this strange fantasy notion of what human beings are supposed to be, which also happens to be the most convenient unit of consumption and reproduction that is necessary for capitalism to continue to produce new victims. That is to say, workers who don't have consent over their own lives. But the ruling uppers get to spawn these people out. This is like some Age of Empires shit right here. And these guys have their, like, J.D. Vance goes on about it. It's this long-termerism stuff where they think that their seed needs to be spread. Are you fucking kidding me? If anything, I would send the government to take away his seed. I say impeach his balls. Anyway, this guy's in charge of our country. This motherfucker is the guy who runs the country. He is in charge. Just today, there was pictures of Trump. There's photos today that came up. If you this ghoulish, ugly monster here, Trump holding this plane. This is a thing called Boom Arrow. I looked into it a little bit. I mean, I clicked around on some links and went to their website. They're trying to replace the Concorde was this airplane that is now retired. I don't think any are flying anymore, but it flies at hypersonic speeds, which means it creates a sonic boom. And that's banned over the United States and probably in other jurisdictions and other countries and stuff. And they're lobbying hard to like unban that so they can just fly this across the countries because the world belongs to the billionaires. We are just a planet that is like narcissistic, addictive supply for 4,000 people who are the most sociopathic and depraved humans that our species can produce. That's the kind of people our system selects for. But when you look at this photo, this guy holding this thing, and people notice that if you zoom in on the mirror behind him, Musk is there. The real leader of the country has his fingers and hands up this guy's orange makeup ass, controlling everything he's doing. The thing when people talk about Elon Musk buying his way into the government is this fucking guy sold the government to Elon Musk. It was just another thing. It was just another transaction. Of course, it's going to make them all rich, and they're going to lean it towards, a autocracy, Russian-style dictatorship. That's what they're trying to reorder the world into zones of influence that are just dictator-managed prefectures. Whenever I say that word, I think about the Simpsons episode. But as I just looked that up, I took a little break for that. Another near miss. There's been planes falling out of the skies. There's been collisions. Of course, not of course, but they've gone after flight air traffic controllers. Very technical stuff, takes a lot of expertise. The type of industry that requires seniority to teach juniority, to teach apprentice, like the inherent institutional knowledge of some industries, like flight control, flight airport operations, aircraft stuff. It's highly precise. Like, it's very technical. It takes an intense thing. The stakes are enormous. They should be well paid. They should be well funded. They've had difficulties for decades trying to get people into the industry. And it's just like the way we run this place is just like trying to do everything on the barest amount of functionality, because the fucking wealthy people are fetishized, addicted to their money hoarding. As we're seeing here now, I just found it. I mean, another near miss. This is at Midway Airport, an airport I've flown into a lot of times. So we're seeing a plane come in to land, and then it scoops up real fast because another plane is crossing right in front of it. It was a big old looks like a Southwest 737 size, or some sort of, larger jet, and then kind of a smaller private looking sort of jet, smaller at least. And had to quick thinking by the pilot. It's like, what the fuck are we doing? What the hell is happening here? We can't even persuade the conservatives, and I know that this isn't necessarily something only conservatives plenty of conservatives understand the importance of flight regulation, but they've demonized the concept that government plays a positive role and serves important functions in a society so much that now we just have this happening. This is just going to be a regular thing, and it's going to affect industry. About the only mechanism that's strong enough to correct this is the stock prices of these airlines, or people are going to start, being afraid to fly. It's already a scary enough experience for tons of people. I hate flying. I'm not afraid of the flight and the fear and stuff, although that's increasing. It's more just all the people and these days it's the disease transmissions too. And it's very unpleasant for me to do any kind of flight. I hate it. But my only hope, or one of my hopes, I guess, is trains. Hey, shitheads. Car supremacy, airline supremacy. Can we get some fucking trains in this country? They're trying to cancel the project that was supposed to build a train system, or a super train. What do you call them? High speed rail between San Francisco and L.A. I'm sure, I know the number I keep hearing is $16 billion. I haven't looked super closely into it. Like a lot of things in this country, though, that kind of largesse, it becomes a boondoggle for a bunch of companies, and government bureaucracies do get in the way. So there are inefficiencies, let's call it. I'm not going to sit here and act like I think it's all perfect, but it's just expensive. But who gives a fuck how expensive it is? Let's just make some trains. People love their damn trains. There's other countries that are doing train systems so beautifully. China is crisscrossed with awesome train structures and train infrastructure. Why don't we don't have a single high-speed rail in this country? I read about some train line that got funded for repairs between, it was like Tennessee and Atlanta or something like that. It was like a 8-hour trip or 6 hours, something like that. And one of the things that was pointed out was that after it gets fixed, the trip will be like 6 hours and 30 minutes. But in the 1800s, that trip was only 6 hours. Like, you could kind of see how maybe there's differences in topography, differences in modern, that's not nuts to me, that idea. But we're not doing better than the 1800s with our train systems, and every landmass has different variables. No duh. Oh, it's too expensive to go across country. Yeah, we got differences here than other places. There's differences in population density, but one of the benefits is all the downstream effects of reducing people's dependence on their cars. It'll clear up highways more if more people can take a fucking train. A train from LA to Vegas would be immensely beneficial for the people who still want to drive. One thing I was thinking about too, if you're not like a revolutionary lefty, if you're not ready to label yourself socialist or communist or anarchist or whatever those things are, all that stuff, a really good lefty brain to be, if you're just sort of like in that kind of not quite there, you sort of can tell the liberals are full of shit because they're genocidal psychos, and capitalism. We're testing capitalism, by the way. It's actually quite well stress tested, and look where it has everybody. It has your brain fucking melting from attention span loss and all kinds of disastrous things, and your bodies are filled with plastic, and your bodies and your lives are filled with despair and loneliness and all kinds of fucking horrible, like, cosmic crime stuff. And when I say cosmic crime stuff, I mean the loss of the default of your life should be the luxury of community should have always been present in your life. Instead, we have to purchase services from others in order to feel anything close to what should just be a default part of our life. That means that you're addicted to money. That means that you have a disposition that is about selfishness and individualistic interests, and humans aren't like that. You're not supposed to feel that way. That's why it's stressful. Otherwise, loneliness wouldn't be painful. If we were supposed to live this way, if living this way was within our instincts, we would be having a great time right now. We wouldn't have all these diseases of despair, as a term that I've heard. No, not much lately, but we've testing capitalism. But anyway, if you're not really quite, not that you have to label yourself any type of leftist or anything, but I think being a train lefty is a great spot to be, because we're not going to get the communist utopia, fully spaced luxury communism, or whatever the fuck that is. That ain't happening anytime in our lifetimes. At most, we'll be lucky to get like a public option something. And maybe a high-speed rail will be completed, and I'll be like, hey, 85 years old, and I'll be like, first 85-year-old to jerk off on a high-speed rail has been identified as a guy yelling about his podcast, trying to get people to, still hoping to get to that goal of $50,000. Isn't he cute? Look at his little wiener. It gets cut. It gets like, because they go fast. A bird. Okay, what am I doing? Be a train lefty. Just be like a infrastructure leftist. That's a good lefty to be. That's a really good, like, hey, why don't we have more fucking trains? Aren't we all sick of these cars? Cars are cool. People hear that you're like not all up in the car, and they think that you're trying to say nobody gets to have a car. Of course not. That's ridiculous. That's completely nuts to think about that. But you can't survive. You can't function unless you have a vehicle, and then you have to spend money on insurance and all the costs, all the waste, all the pollution, all the time people waste in commuting. Infrastructure is a little bit like, and that is to say transport, is a little bit like jobs or labor as a sort of nexus of leftist ideas, because it intersects with everything else that happens in our lives. It's what you do and how you get there. It's what you buy and how it gets to you. It's what you purchase and how it gets made, and therefore how it gets transported and all this other stuff. So transportation and infrastructure and train lefties, I think, is like what just occurred to me in that sense. For people, for the sort of former liberals that are sort of trying to transitioning themselves away from being, like, if you're really upset that Joyanne Reed got canceled on MSNBC, pull your head out of your fucking ass, would you? For God's sakes. I mean, I think there's maybe some valid things to point out in terms of paying attention to the media industry, trends that are happening, patterns that are going on, and the mainstream media's interest in its genocide and supporting the genocide that they've been all in on for a long time. So taking voices out that have spoken against the genocide in Gaza, that's worth pointing out, I guess, to be fair. But don't give a shit about this stuff, about these stupid people. Nicole Wallace, you got to get this guy, this Lawrence and Rachel. I mean, it is absurd that Rachel Maddow gets paid what she gets paid, but whatever. What am I saying? Yeah, so just be a train lefty. Just be like, the other thing I was going to say about the intersection is the history of it. It's fascinating. The train barons of the expansionist period in American history, and the all the ways that the car companies screwed over every single community and the future of humanity so that they could maximize oil consumption and maximize parts creation and distribution and sales and maximize tires and rubber and all the extras that go along with having to have a car, creates this immense amount of waste and increases the burn of the engine that is destroying the planet. We can't fucking destroy our hamster cage. It's stupid. It's bad design. We need orbital energy, not booster energy. And maximizing profit as a capitalist model, which is what we're doing, so that psychos like Elon legalize comedy. Like these losers like Trump, like George Soros, like Berkshire Hathaway. All the fucking billionaires are losers. These maniacs. And we're going to kill the planet so they can alleviate their anxieties. No one's happier because they have that much more money. God damn it. So yeah, that's just a thought I had. That's a random thought. Okay, what are we, 2 hours into this stupid thing? Okay, so yeah, here's Elon running away from his kid. I think I tried to start this earlier. Here we go.
We don't have too many, but that one is a good one. No, I watched this
Nope.
rocket come down.
Don't worry about it. The prop department will take care of it. What are you doing? What are you worried about the kid for?
We don't have too many, but
He's fine. Good dad. That's just good. Obviously, clearly where his priorities are. Some people added to that sound there. Yeah, man. Geez, that is. Yes, it worked. Oh no! That's bananas. Yes. My glasses are fogging up. Oh, I wish it would stay. I gotta get it to end on the. That's bananas, man. That's one of the first things I animated a long time ago. The sound design is primo, is chef's kiss, primo. Just crazy that this is what's happening. I could go on and on, but we got a lot of stuff to get through. Haven't watched this one yet. This is Hakeem Jeffries. One of the worst humans. Weak. I know that there's I got a comment at least about the word weakness is in terms of describing the Democratic weakness. And I agree with the person's commentary about they're not necessarily weak when they don't want to be, I know. But they project supreme weakness, and it's just more pedantic differences of the way that word is applied. But it's unbelievable that the Democrats are going into battle. These are the people that we have to rely on, the Chuck Schumers, these people, all these politicians. The system selects for this sort of personality type, these milquetoast, or as some people say, milk toast. I like it when you see it spelled milk toast. I always find that funny. It's just such a sadness that this is the guy that we have to deal with, that this is the leader. This is the Nancy Pelosi of this era. He replaced Nancy Pelosi. So I haven't watched this one yet. Let's just see what he says here.
Well, listen, the extreme left protests me more than they protest Donald Trump. Because literally.
Oh, gee, the extreme
wherever
left.
I go. So I think in part because
what this guy said, there's no leverage. We don't have any. What are we supposed to do? There's no leverage. We can't. I don't know. You could go point out that Donald Trump is causing planes to fall out of the fucking sky with every breath that you take publicly. That might be a thing to do. Bernie Sanders is doing something, showing up at least, trying his best. I think we're going to force that guy to run for president, drag his bundle of bones across the finish line if he's still breathing. That's also sad that that's the hope. This fucking dude. Oh, the left did protest more than me. They protest. Why aren't they going after Donald Trump? It's your fucking job to go after Donald Trump. Anybody like Eric Swalwell was answering his. He's been vocal and he swears now. He swears. That's good. That shows that he's like a real American. It's okay to swear now. You can still get donations from corporations. And he says this stupid shit about his All right, we gotta find it. God damn it. Eric Swalwell, as I was saying, he was on the Don Lemon program talking about stuff. Don Lemon liked my comment about the Young Turks Union situation, which is so fun. And I think obviously Don Lemon and I probably aren't on the same page as political philosophies or what we would prescribe for the world. But I don't see him as like a bad guy in the entire deal or anything. He's certainly a creature of the palace, no doubt. But he's doing stuff on YouTube, which is really interesting to see. And he's I think he seems like a nice dude. I like Don Lemon a lot, actually. But he liked one of my he liked a comment that I left on his interview with Cenk, which is really cool. I think I talked about it in the last podcast. But Eric Swalwell is fighting back with his bullshit here. And a point that I'm going to make, and I'm going to say just so I don't forget, is that unless you're calling to decapitate the Democratic Party leadership and replace them with people who are actually going to challenge the donor base and the corporate takeover and the corporate largesse and the corporate small s. I don't want any corporate fucking influence in our politics whatsoever. Unless that's what you're doing, you're not actually fighting fascism like you think you are. You're standing up, you're scoring memes, you're getting bookings, you're getting press rounds, you're getting, you're playing the game within the terms of the political world and the shifting politics of social media, the shifting politics or media sphere overall. But and yes, we need fighters, we need people that are more willing to make waves. But unless you're actually saying we got to replace the Democratic leadership, and you're calling out the billionaires, and you're forswearing any kind of, unless you're calling for single payer health care and immediate getting rid of money in politics and actually speaking to people's lived experiences instead of just what's offensive and upsetting about Trump and all this stuff. And I think to some degree he's probably doing better than others, but I find it not very persuasive here. Let's just play this through. Trump is talking, and then we'll see Eric show his thing.
Tons of gold.
Some of the agencies.
So I think it was actually, there was a lot of genius in sending it. We're trying to find out if people are working.
They're talking about the letter that Musk sent requiring that workers send or the email he required. He's putting out dictates via Twitter, via X, by his own fucking platform to the government, and some email he was dispatched. It's just so maddening that this is how things are being run right now. Demanding that workers reply with the 5 things that they did. This is just like shitty, horrible, abusive boss stuff. We're going to see a little bit about that in a while, actually. I've got a clip picked out. And completely inappropriate. Completely, like that's, if you run your own company, you get to do crap like that. But also, by the way, that's why you need a union. So you could be like, fuck this. We don't have to do this shit. It's not, how dare you bother me on a Saturday night. It should be illegal for your boss to email you on, outside of work hours, maybe with some exceptions here and there for sure. But like if you're an ambulance driver, you're like, hey, go get that dead guy. But horrible boss. Elon Musk is a terrible person. He's a union buster. He's a complete sociopath. I mean, you guys all know, obviously, but that email has caused a lot of issues and a lot of pushback. And it doesn't, there's been quite a bit of discussion about it this week. Trump was asked about it, praising him for being a genius. And of course, this is what Eric Swalwell is saying back to it.
So we're sending a letter to people. Please tell us what you did last week. If people don't respond, it's very possible that there is no such person or they're not working.
It's also possible that they didn't see the email, that they don't want to have to fucking respond, that maybe they should follow the chain of command in their workplace, that it's a super disrespectful thing to demand of people. Some people are on leave. But that's the thing, is these guys just, it's just so, what's so unreasonable about it? This is the thing we're trying to fix. It's abusive. It's fucking gross. Anyway, let's stick to the mission here, Hanky Panky.
Agencies that are telling people, the Trump administration tells agencies that they can ignore Musk order on mail reply. Now,
so I responded to that email, Don. I'm a federal worker. I'm just going to read it to you. I said, dear.
Wait, hold on.
You're just like a regular federal worker, Eric.
Before you respond, did Donald Trump respond and say how many times he played golf? I'm just wondering, but go on.
Right,
sorry.
Right.
The excessive golfing bothers me too. I don't know what he's golfed this year so far, but Obama, they would pick on Obama for going golfing, and Trump like matched it in like a month or two, or like it's just crazy. Like, yeah.
I wrote, Dear Doge, here's what I did last week for my country. 1, fought fascism. 2, fought fascism. 3, fought fascism. 4, fought fascism. And 5, fought fascism. GFY, Eric Swalwell.
Yeah, baby. Nailed it, Eric. Are you calling for the leadership of the Democrats to be replaced, Eric? For this fucking idiot? This guy has got to go. Chuck Schumer has got to go. They're outdated at best. They're in on it. They're in on this scam because they're corporate whores. I said it. I used the WH word. I don't like that word. Anyway, I was just about to start saying, okay, here we go. Let's finish what he's saying here.
I've declined.
Actually, let's start over. Remember, do your hand gestures in reverse. They would look exactly the same, by the way. Look at this robot. This is like the movie Big, where Tom Hanks as a boy puts a quarter in a wizard's mouth, and then something turns him into a man who then a lady has sex with a man. I just wanted trampolines in my apartment one day. That's what that movie did to me.
Well, listen, the extreme left protest me more than they protest Donald Trump. Because I mean, literally, wherever I go. So
Yeah.
I think in part because
Maybe take that as some feedback, you stupid piece of shit. He's a big finance dude. He's like a Wall Street fuckhead. Wherever I go, the extreme left just wants me to do stuff. You just dismiss. This is almost the same, similar to the Cenk Uygur playbook. It's annoying, therefore I'm going to label it extreme, and that word extreme gives me the ease. It lubricates the dismissiveness that I'm seeking by using rhetoric to change this thing instead of actually living principles and using material changes to actually like Cenk Uygur could be such a powerful person if he understood labor and the power of that as a leader in that realm. I'm not saying I want him to do that. He's very much not the person, but foolish. Let's keep going.
I've declined, I've refused, I've chosen not to bend the knee to either people on the far left and certainly not to Donald Trump.
So he's equating the far left with Donald Trump. That all-powerful far left. They're kind of annoying about pronouns. Oh, that means like they have so much control. Kamala Harris wants to give surgeries to every migrant, whether they want them or not. Instant sex change. The Rio Grande will just be a river of Band-Aids for all the sex changes that happen because of the far left. How dare they ruin things? I didn't realize how similar to Cenk this is. It's just I refuse to be bent. By the way, Cenk's not he is a politician, but he's not the leader of the Democrats in the House. One of the two most powerful Democrats in the government. This fucking guy is sitting here bitching that people are demanding. There was a story last week or something about MoveOn.org and other organizations were like being really vocal to the politicians. It's because they're burdened by their base. They're burdened by humans. They only want to have to deal with 30 people, 200 people. You know, the billionaires and their shitty children and wives and husbands. That's all they want. They just want to deal with the donors because that's what humans are to them. The rest are just something to manage that affects polls and stuff like that. This guy's got to go. Eric Swalwell, get rid of him.
Right.
You want to fight fascism, you start by sharpening your tools. And this guy's a dull blade. What am I doing? But it is. This guy, this dude is a soggy banana, and what we need is a sun-dried hot dog. Okay?
All have a responsibility to serve the people.
Would you rather get poked in the chest with a sun-dried hot dog, which would be a firm stick-like thing, probably would be brittle, or a soggy banana? Well, it depends on. I would rather. Okay.
We were elected to represent and the country and the Constitution, and I certainly have not been bashful and will not be bashful in disagreeing with people who are trying to take this country in a direction that doesn't lift everybody up.
Shut the fuck up. That's you. That's his whole deal. The Democrats, their primary mission, their primary function is to stop progress, is to prevent progressives from gaining any sort of influence. That's why they're so effective at that. Going to be a part of that, about that in the movie. All right, let's keep going, though. Here, okay, there's a little bit more.
Whether that comes from the right or whether that comes from the far left.
Unbelievable. Or from the far left. So we've got the world's richest man. We've got the second, third, fourth, fifth, whatever the other world's richest men are, the billionaires. There's 13 billionaires in Donald Trump's cabinet. Donald Trump himself is a billionaire. He has necromancy wizard charisma for some reason. Doesn't work on me, but he's got something. People's brains just turn into mush around this type of con artist, especially we've been conditioned to be sold to by men in business suits. The Apprentice is still a spell. I think the same spell is operating out from Elon's benefit. The decades of marketing someone as like a credible, legitimate business person. The concept of a businessman is itself a stupid thing in terms of the way it feeds our societal expectations of what power and what type of person should be respected. They all have their back channels where they have their islands where they get to rape children and other people and other teenagers and fucking, you know, they're the most depraved bunch. They're causing the destruction of the human habitability of the planet, and we're supposed to just look at people who are in a business suit as if they're a fucking adult. The concept of an adult also is another one of those things that I could go off on. I feel like an adult, but I also feel like a child. I feel like a total weird child, but I never felt like a child when I was a child. I just am, yeah, it's just, okay. Stupid fucking Hakeem Jeffries. So let's keep going here. Oh yeah, I just saw this earlier. Marco Rubio, this is Ryan Grimm, Twitter. Marco Rubio announces sanctions against anybody involved in the program that sends Cuban doctors to poor countries where they provide free medical care. So look at the damage. Look at what an evil country the United States is. He's quoting something. It's a clip of a thing. Let's see, just, yeah. How am I looking on the, oh God, come on. Expansion of visa restrictions policy for individuals exploiting Cuban labor. Today, we announced the expansion of an existing Cuba-related visa restriction policy that targets forced labor linked to the Cuban labor export program. Forced labor, that's strange. The expanded policy applies to current or former Cuban government officials and other individuals, including foreign government officials who are believed to be responsible for or involved in the Cuban labor export program, particularly Cuba's overseas medical missions. They've done such a good job with their healthcare and with training people. Like, literacy apparently is very high in Cuba, that they can send doctors around the world to assist where extra doctors are needed, and they're highly trained and highly competent. Continuing here, this policy also applies to the immediate family of such persons. So not only, so their family of doctors are now going to be. So here's the mechanism for the United States imposing this. The department has already taken steps to impose visa restrictions on several individuals, including Venezuelans, under this. This is just such bullshit, this whole thing. Man, what a ridiculous. So we're going to use sanctions on countries that allow these doctors into their countries to help. You have sick people. You might not have the capacity for them, or you could get some help from another country, from Cuba. They would be willing to show up, but now if you do, the United States will bully you and hurt you and harm those sick people, using sick people as pawns to get something from them. That's how evil this country is. What a sick, disgusting. So yeah, this is just so gross. But the way they phrase it too is just so manipulative. God, I'm tired of this. I'm so sick of this shit, man. What a ridiculous thing. All right, let's keep going here. All right, so they're yelling at these guys. I don't have a whole montage ready. I kind of wanted to. If you've been watching other shows, Majority Report's been covering these some, and I think Kyle Klinsky did one video. You know, I'm sure you'll see tons of these. This is heartening. There's a lot of reasons to be devastating, or to feel devastated, and to not feel any hope, and to feel like just wanting to stick your head in the sand or give up or turn away from it all. In my own case, I just need to work on my health and my income. I need to get money. I can't. It's just no. It's senseless for me to like marinate in this anguish of politics and news, since my own foundation is super weak. Anyway, not the point. So it's great that people are yelling at these guys. So I just have a couple we're going to play here real quick.
Do your job. Do your job.
This is Jay Obernolte's constituents don't look happy. Here is a tweet. Yucca Valley, CA Town Hall, yelling at a guy to do his job. Coward! Fucking coward! Here's more. This is Jay Obernolte again. This clip is longer.
I was the vice chair of the budget committee for 5 years, and we had several years where a substantial portion of California state income tax came from one person, and that was Elon Musk.
Bullshit!
So this guy's running around trying to act like he's simping. Is that the right word? Defending Elon Musk, as if the whole system's been unfair, and as if everybody else in the country or in the state has gotten away with something. Unbelievable.
Man, you're lying. You're lying.
We're collecting lots of revenue. The rich are paying lots of the top 1% pay almost half of it. We have a spending problem.
I think you're giving statistics that don't mean anything, because what percentage did Elon Musk pay? What percentage of his income?
The guys who have all the money pay a high percentage of taxes in terms of their compared to me, compared to the people who barely have anything. I hate it, right? Boo! Boo!
When I was on the budget committee in the legislature, that just Elon Musk made up a substantial portion of all the revenue.
We can't afford our rich people. We can't afford rich people. We can't afford these fucking rich people and the politician bootlickers. Is that even the right phrase? I want to say bagmen, but the politicians are in on it. They're all rich too. The amount of millionaires and stuff that are up in there, and I don't even mean the 2 and 3 millionaire types. It's like the system. The world I would build, that concept wouldn't even really matter much in terms of that. Like the richest people should be like someone with like $10 million or something. It's all relative. It's all variable. It's still state, but we're still stuck in it forever for our lives. So, but like it's obviously the 100 millionaires and the billionaires and the excessive wealth. That level of resource hoarding is not about their own happiness or their own good health or whatever. The utility of all that money is about you not having it. The precise reason they need it is because you not having it gives them power. Leverage comes from the weakness of the people who have less agency over their lives. This is what was true with the TYT situation, at the Young Turks with the union thing, and it's true in every other situation. That's why they're hoarders. And then you add on top of that all this cultural programming about what it means to be a successful business person and to have all this wealth, and the way we venerate these types, and they're the lords and the kings. They're the court. They're the mini dukes up to the big king. It's this different sort of mediated through our phones and social media and through the modern media environment, which is why I think we're entering this what the term I hear a lot is techno feudalism. Yeah, all right.
Before you do something, and doesn't that make him a murderer and you complicit?
Yeah. Like the amount of crimes Elon Musk is committing on a daily rate, if he weren't deputized by the government, by Donald Trump, who just decided that anything he does is to be, is okay, to just go into these places and it's unbelievable. It's completely crazy that this loser, this fucking sad little bitch, is burrowing through all these departments, and he's just turned loose.
Over the changes that are being made by the Trump administration. And I got that. But remember, this is something we have been through before. No!
So let's hope this guy loses. Let's hope there's an upswell. I don't have the clip, or I don't have the thing ready, but James Carville apparently wrote a New York Times op-ed or essay or something saying that the best thing we should do is just roll over and play dead and do nothing. He's a longtime advisor to the Democrats. He's a big Clinton guy. He's married to a woman who is, I don't know if they're still married. I assume they probably are. But like that high level Hillary Clinton bestie type of consultant. But his wife, Mary Matlin, I think there's a actress who is deaf, but that's not a different person. But who's like a Republican, and so it was like the power couple, James Carville and his wife, and they're both the she's on the right, he's on the left, he's on the liberal side. But the idea that the Democrats' response is to just like let it get really bad and we'll benefit, to me that just shows you that no matter what happens, they benefit from people's pain. They're not incentivized to alleviate pain and earn solidarity and loyalty that is engendered by solidarity, by delivering material changes to someone's life. They're only engendered for that. You'll be so upset and disturbed and harmed by the Republicans that you'll come over to the Democrats, and then they'll get their power back and they can, take another swing at the plate, another role as ghouls. I just fucking hate all these people. We'll just keep going here. So another one here, 30 seconds, same event. Liar, 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 liar.
dollars are getting to the people who depend on them? Because we have this vast bureaucracy that's soaking those dollars up. We have mistaken payments.
Prove it! I mean, it's...
That should be going to the people who depend on it.
Yeah, everybody depends on it. The rich people get so much free stuff from the government in the form of the not just the literal free stuff in the terms of research grants and all the ways that their industries benefit from government spending and direct subsidies. That's free stuff for the government. As Martin Luther King said, America is socialism for the rich and rugged individualism for the poor. But in all the other ways, maintaining stress for the workers so they can keep their leverage high, so they don't have to pay them well, so they can do union busting, so they can get away with bullshit. DoorDash just got I don't know if the right word is convicted, but they got caught stealing is 27 or 17 million. I don't have this stuff in front of me. In tips from their workers by using their own tips to pay them the wages that they were due. So they were underpaying workers. It's just straight up robbery. And the only punishment is they got to pay him back and pay a fine and maybe take a little bit of a public relations hit. That's it. Put those fuckers in prison. Treat them like the criminals that they are. But that's not what our country does. That's the freebies that they get in terms of in the tax cuts and the infrastructure that goes into the world that produces the consumer markets that they depend on and the labor markets that they get to use. People spend their own money to educate themselves in order to then serve the others. That's an outrageous thing. We shouldn't have to pay for any education. If especially since the design of the entire deal is so that you can then be a useful cog in some corporation's eternal plan to soak the planet as much as possible. And so people love big government. They love their big free money from the government, and it shouldn't be considered free money. It shouldn't be considered an entitlement. You're not saving anything when you cut the post office and when you cut out federal workers. All that money flows into these societies and flows into the communities where those people live. They're decent jobs usually. They work very hard. I saw a chart that federal workers work. They don't get as many days off as other jobs, and they will put in tons of long hours. What are we doing here? What's the point of any of it? Working for a company or working for a government? There's nothing wrong with working for the government. We've been so conditioned to consider that private versus public. We've lost this notion that we're just doing it's just humans organizing into groups to do stuff. What's the best way to make that happen? Well, we have to always sustain our greed filter. We have to always make sure that the wealthy sociopaths, the plantation owners of society, always get their free stuff. And they can't lose a single bit. It's a huge threat if the rate of profit increase starts to go down slightly for them. We'll invade continents. We'll invade countries to access to keep their free stuff flowing into their pockets. It's just crazy. It's so outdated too. I mean, unfortunately, it's not outdated because it's our current reality. Ugh. Anyway, website, there it is. Go there, everybody. Go click on the GoFundMe link. That's pretty fun. I just put that there's a marker. So all right. So Young Turks, Sam Cedar, Majority Report, Emma Vigeland, Matt Leck, Bradley Alsop, Dorsey, Kowalski from Nebraska, John from San Antonio, Hank from Los Angeles. Hopefully, I do want to become a regular caller. I think I'd be a good cast member on that show as one of their fun callers. Ronald Reagan. Everybody loves Ronald Reagan. There's a guy in Miami that calls. Dave from Jamaica. Always brilliant. Okay. They've been having a big beef with the Majority Report. With the TYT, the Young Turks, where I used to work, as of course you know. That's going to be a clip. That's why I got to reset some of it. So check out my film, The Young Turks. Jesus, I said it wrong. Check out my film, Tell the Truth, Cenk, about the Young Turks union situation. I was closely involved with unionizing TYT. Look in the description. Please support the project. It's a big deal. Hoping to finish it by summer. Trying to raise some money. So what we're going to do here is my phone calls to Sam. We're not going to listen to the full first one. And then we're going to get into a little bit of the stuff relating to Anna releasing this big video where she was answering the criticisms that she's gotten on from Majority Report. I don't have a huge deep dive. Honestly, it's not all that much. I clipped out some stuff that we're going to look at from Twitter. Maybe someday I'll get back to it and go through it in more depth. because I think some of it, a lot of it is BS. There seems to be some stuff there that is just sort of kind of head scratching. So, but that's not, we're not doing an entirely full breakdown currently. Yeah, so we'll see some of that stuff and we'll just kind of relate to it and react and stuff. But first, this is the call I placed to Sam Cedar in 2022. So this was 3 years ago. And it's, I always find it's funny how he reacts when I tell him about hitting myself in the eye with a piece of wood, or a piece of wood bouncing off my eyeball, a little small piece.
Decided to use a little piece of scrap from the garbage. Just, it was the closest hard thing near me, and I was just hammering away on it. And all of a sudden, I felt a small piece of wood bounce off my eyeball.
Oy.
It launched right up. It just hit the eyeball, like just right into it. I felt a little tickle of something for like a day after that, but I dodged it. I dodged a bullet very, very luckily. It just kind of just barely touched. But I didn't have my glasses on, and I usually do, and they were on my hat.
I always have my glasses on.
What a reminder to.
I mean, because I can't see without them, so I have that covered. And then sometimes I'll wear goggles if I'm doing, something else. And I also wear a mask when I'm sanding.
Super important. Yeah, you should. You definitely should. That dust will get in there, and then there's no getting out.
Yep.
It's yeah, that's good stuff.
All right. Appreciate the call.
That's you guys doing great. Yeah, I'll call back. We'll talk woodworking if that's cool with you.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Find out what that craft oil is.
Hell yeah.
It's a trade secret.
Yeah,
they won't tell about it. They're very, very quiet about that.
I like that I told him about some of the professional woodworking I had done and stuff. You can tell by the mallet. I want to call Sam and suggest that he build a mallet, something like that. Not necessarily precisely, but like build his own mallet, and it'd be a fun project. It's beginner to intermediate type of stuff. So that was 3 years ago. And then I got lucky enough to call back again. This is after things had sort of popped off on Twitter and, within the drama sphere. This is February 4th, 2025. So in the weeks before this, there had been a lot of back and forth on Twitter within the, between Anna and Emma, and Sam and Anna had claimed that Kamala Harris was advertising on Majority Report that they had received money from the Harris campaign, and then Sam answered saying that's like 1,000% not true. Stuff like that had been going on, and so I tweeted out about that woodworking call that we just watched, and that I would like to call in and talk woodworking with Sam again, as well as maybe tell him about the union at TYT. So this is going to be me seeing this for the first time. Vanguard did a tweet or did a video on it. They played it on their stream and they posted it on one of their channels. They have two channels, their main one and Casa del Vanguard, I think it's called. And so there's a video of this up there somewhere, but this is my first time actually watching them react to it. I go long. I'm too long-winded. I get excited. I don't realize I go into like a fugue state. I'm in one right now. And so I wasn't able to really like temper myself. But then when I heard it back on the Vanguard, I was like, it was fine. I did fine. I'm a little bit too much talky, but I got to work on getting right to the point, as I'm sure you're agreeing exactly. So here's this. Very excited. I'm feeling a little nervous. Not nervous, but more like anxious, anticipating. I feel vulnerable. I feel a little bit vulnerable right now, but let's just hit play.
It's impossible to tell the Republicans and Democrats apart. All right, let's go to the phones.
Out of context. I don't know what he said to get up to that.
Calling from a 424 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hey, this is Hank in Los Angeles.
Hank in Los Angeles. What's on your mind?
Hey, what's up, guys? Sam, you and I talked a few years ago about woodworking.
I just think I saw you tweet that or something.
Oh, hey, Hank. How are you?
Hey, it was nice to see. I told you I'd call back. I finally found out about that oil that you asked me to look into, so I'm just updating you on that.
Wait, what was that? Because all I saw from that clip was that like a piece of wood went into your eye.
Oh, no.
Yes, it was fun. I got to see your face there, and sorry about that. I didn't realize how painful it felt. Made everybody else feel. Yeah, it was just a safety tip. I had injured myself slightly, and I just wanted to share that with you. But and then you asked about like the bespoke cutting boards I was building, and woodworkers are very generous with tips. So I was hoping to sort of start that conversation and maybe call back and get back into it and stuff. But I had another topic. I was actually part of the Young Turks unionizing drive, and you guys might not have realized that I was.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Well, I had no idea.
Well,
Yeah.
I know now, but I mean, I was in New York, Hank, so I was a little removed from this. I found out a lot of these things about a lot of this stuff later.
It hung up.
Hank.
Yeah. So I don't know what happened. I might have done it myself. I have no idea. But it just, as soon as I said unionizing drive, before she started talking, it just hung up. I'm using a Google Voice number, and it just went away. Like, really annoying.
Oh no, we lost him.
We lost him.
Shit.
Oh crap. That's weird.
Hang on.
The deep state.
Polymarket.
If you call back in, we'll.
Did he call on the Polymarket hotline? That was probably the mistake.
See, I haven't seen this yet. So then to take another call here.
Yeah.
Let's go.
We'll take another call, and hopefully we'll get him to call back. Let's see here. Calling from a 626 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from? I don't know if I ever got that oil. Yep.
Holy cow, is that me?
Yeah, 626.
Hi. Okay, sorry about that. I'm a little nervous. First time, long time. So I'm in I'm Sonoran Clown. Sorry, I'm Sonoran Clown on Twitch.
Economic support would go a long way to creating more of an equilibrium, so there isn't this sense that you need to leave your country so that your family is safe or your family can eat. All right, let's go back to. We have 424. Is that Hank back?
Hank's back. Interesting. I probably fast forward that in the final podcast here. So, all right, here we go. I finally was able to call back. I just panicked and just started calling, and finally I was able to connect, and it was nice of them to take me back on. So yeah, I hear. Okay.
Is this Hank?
Hello.
Hey.
It's Hank.
Sorry, we lost you
I'm here.
earlier. Yeah, what happened?
I don't know. Incompetence, probably.
All right, fair.
I must have
What was
clicked the
the
button. I
oil?
didn't mean
Did you
to.
tell
Yeah,
me
I
what
don't
the
know.
oil was last time?
Yeah, it's a super expensive. I sent you guys an email, but it's a really expensive. It's like $180 a liter type of oil that it's an email. I don't want to say it publicly because these are industry trade secrets. We got to protect the IP.
Everyone's
That's not the right way of saying that.
woodworking
But
so seriously.
I did email.
Right,
yeah.
Well, check that out.
I'd love to call back some other time and we could get into
What
it
did you
though
put in
because
the
I love
subject?
chatting woodworking.
What did you put in the subject?
Hank and oil.
Okay, I will look for that.
Craft oil.
All right,
Yeah.
Craft oil.
All right.
That should get you there. You search for
Okay.
that. Yeah.
So this is it. Union.
Awesome.
So what
Nice
did you
to
want to
talk
talk
to you guys. Oh yeah, so I've actually been a listener of yours since mid zeros, and kind of back when I started listening to TYT and the Air America days, sort of. And so I ended up working for the Young Turks starting in 2013 and worked off and on between 2013 and 2020. So I was part of the unionizing drive that occurred in 2019, which there's a lot of misinformation and confusion about. Regarding what happened, largely from the communications that Cenk and Anna put out around the time. So since then, my working conditions were central to why we unionized in 2019. And I just wanted to kind of, with all the stuff that's going on online, and I've been making a film documentary about what went down called Tell the Truth, Cenk. So there's kind of a lot going on with this story right here, and I don't know how much time you want me to take up, but I just thought I'd try to connect with you guys and fill in some of the gaps because what TYT's audience was told about how and why the union started was not true at all. And Cenk actually just recently this week was on another show, the Generational Change podcast, saying the doubling down on the smear. Honestly, it was really weird and insulting for him to tell the audience that the union originated by outsiders in order to harm his run for Congress. So yeah, I'm jumping around a bit. So
Well, why don't you
kind of wacky.
Cliff Notes
I don't want to go.
version,
Yeah, give us the Cliff Notes.
Cliff
I don't
Notes.
want to spend too much time
Sure.
on this because obviously a lot going
doubt.
on in the news. But
It's
go ahead.
There's so much more important stuff in the world, and the film is intended as like a service to the labor movement, as an educational project. It's not just about settling a beef. It's about using Cenk's clumsy capitalism to illustrate things that workers need to raise their consciousness about, and fundamentally it's about leverage, about why we need to use collective bargaining.
So I definitely didn't give them the Cliffs Notes that they're asking for as soon as they wanted it.
Stop the bosses from destroying the planet, essentially. Not that Cenk's the only boss that's destroying the planet, but this system we have clearly is not working for anybody.
They're thinking, get to the point, dude. That's not the...
Except for a tiny bit. But anyway, so yeah, a little background, and I also want to just be really clear that I am not speaking for the union. I didn't make it into the union. I was laid off about a month before they came forward. So I just don't want anybody to think that I'm trying to represent the Young Turks Union. They're on Twitter, TYT Union. Go follow them. Just quick background. I worked at TYT starting in 2013, and then I was also on the Jimmy Dore show in 2016. So you might recognize my voice. I was before the cameras came on. So I was before the Ron Placone era, if you'll recall. In fact, Sam, when you mentioned that clip where Jimmy posts about Hillary's Parkinson's, like I was the guy that like tagged and titled that one. So I've been in this world for for quite a while. In fact, I remember seeing you once at TYT. By the way, taller than I expected. By the way, always a nice bonus.
All right, flex on him. But Hank, Cliff Notes.
Just get to the point, Hank. I gotta get better about it.
Cliff Notes. Oh, sorry. That's just okay.
Keep going.
So the union actually originated 18 months before Cenk became a politician. And the story that they put out is that the fact that IATSE, the union we were joining, endorsed Cenk in that campaign is the reason why the union started. So there's a major discrepancy between the timelines here. And I'm positing the theory that the thesis that the reasons that they weren't honest about why the union started is it because it would invite scrutiny of Cenk's employment practices, like a very natural question to a union showed up. Okay, well, why did they unionize? The answers to that question would show like exploitative working conditions. In my case, and just so people know, I have all the receipts posted on my Substack. I have done a ton of work on this project. But in my case, when I was hired, I was brought back as a full-time video editor. I was made an independent contractor and worked for zero benefits as well as was the lowest paid editor in the company at like around $21 an hour. After asking for help, like constantly requesting, hey, can we fix this? Can we fix this? Also just keeping my head down and doing my job is you can only complain so much. They switched my classification from independent contractor to part-time and still got zero benefits. And that's around the time when we woke up the union drive in order to try to do something about this, because clearly management wasn't interested in my interests, and my friends and I, they had their own reasons as well. There's other reasons,
was this
but people didn't like.
What was the time?
I need to be clear that you know this because you're watching. You're already up on my shit. But I was working 40-hour weeks while I was part-time. So when I tell that story, if I get more opportunities to tell that story, and I hope I do, I need to make sure when I bring up the part-time, it's very important that I also follow that with while working 40-hour weeks. That's the thing. It's TYT's threshold for part-time is 30 hours. I have documentation showing that on balledontheinside.substack.com. Look in the description for links. And so, because I think when people hear part-time, they think, oh, well, that means you probably worked part-time. And it's like, I'm not sure if that's what they thought, but it wouldn't be unreasonable to think that hearing that story. So yeah, we'll see. I'm doing fine. I mean, and I talk fast and I say a lot, and I picture myself as like a skier in the air trying to keep upright. And then when I can't keep up with my thoughts fast enough, I start to tumble forward and I start to like kind of, skidoodle. Is that the right? And then land on a passerby, bystander. There's no passerbys on a mountain. They're all bystanders. Okay. See,
was the big investment from whoever it was,
Quibi guy,
Katzenberg.
When did that happen relative to what you're talking about?
I think that was around 2016, 2017, if I recall. There was the initial union attempt, as was documented in the Politico article that was written. By the way, there's like 4 articles about this that are really thorough. I recommend people look those up. I can provide links on my Twitter. That was near the tail end of sort of like TYT got all that money and then expanded, and then I think they might have overshot a little bit. And then I think they were during their contraction, they had a round of firings, and that round of firings in summer of 2018 scared off the first union attempt. They got intimidated. It just felt too intense for them to try it. And I wasn't there for that union attempt, but it was for a different set of employment conditions that needed dealing with. Then I came back to the company the end of that year. They were familiar with my work. I lived close by. I asked if, and so I came back in, and immediately it was just like, it was just a massive ethical boundary, like a completely disrespectful working conditions to like call you an independent contractor while you're sitting next to people who are called employees.
Right.
They get benefits, you don't. They get days off, you don't. And then the major twist of the disrespect knife was when I asked for help, like, hey, is this a mistake? Can we fix this? What's going on here? Aren't you guys worried about your brand? Like, this is stupid. Don't you have self-preservation? You know you're Cenk Uygur, right? The answer was, we'll make you part-time. And I still worked 40-hour weeks. I wasn't working part-time hours. I was working 40-hour weeks, called part-time for zero benefits. And then after 12 months of full-time work, I did get hired for the third
I'm going to put that at the beginning of the video.
I'm doing air quotes around hired. For the third time, then at that point, I finally did get benefits. I got my first payday off. But by that point, we were deep into the second attempt to unionize. And then Cenk goes and runs for Congress and surprised everybody. And that adds a lot of detail to this whole story. So the film is kind of an unofficial documentary about his campaign.
Interesting.
And I've done a lot of work on it.
I should have mentioned that he's in it. I didn't say that. That's something I've been thinking about a bunch last few weeks. Is just like I should have told him, and you're in it, dude. You should watch it. You're in it. Because asking someone to watch 90 minutes of a movie, 84 minutes in the description, is a huge ask. I'm confident that the editing is so good, the storytelling quality is high, that once you start watching it, don't do it while you're super distracted, but give it a proper watch. But don't sit down thinking you're going to waste the time. Like, I don't know if I have time for this. You'll get carried away by it. Obviously, it won't work for everybody, but it's that 84 minutes is 2 years of work. It took me 2 years to make those 84 minutes, and I put every single bit of storytelling skill, editorial decision, and I went out of my way to doing a tremendous amount of research to try to cross my T's and dot my I's. I needed mental health care breaks. If you include the breaks, it's like 3 or 4 years of time and stuff, but it's like 84 minutes for 2 years of work. So if you consider that to be something worth supporting, trying to help an independent filmmaker, actually wrecked my wrists at my woodworking job. My left wrist is particularly bad. I can't bend it. I can't put any weight on it. This one's bad too, but this one's like, I need something's really bad. And making a documentary about an employer like this also makes me even more unemployable on top of the autism and stuff. So, please give it a watch. Please give it a try. If you're finding this for the first time, look in the description. And if you agree, it's an important story, or at least because it touches on all kinds of themes that are way bigger than TYT. And, we really need to raise people's consciousness about unions and about what they can do when they stand together and they get over the bullshit technologies of division that the bosses love using on us. So give that a look and a listen. See, this is me trying to give me some money. That's it. Look in the description for the GoFundMe for the trailer, or the GoFundMe has the trailer too, and there's also Patreon coffee donation and PayPal Direct. I also have a Venmo, but I'm trying to do a fundraiser to raise $50,000, and I'm hopefully gonna maybe reach out to the Majority Report, and maybe if they'll have me back on to talk about it, to promote it. But I think we're about to wrap up here with the call here, so it's weird watching this to see their reactions to it. I actually quite like I feel much better watching Sam's facial. I mean, he's like a hero of mine too. I don't ever want to work for him because I went and I worked for two heroes of mine, Cenk and Jimmy, and those didn't work out so great. So no, this whole project is definitely one of those never meet your heroes type situations. But I definitely didn't think that when I was sold my business to move across the country to work for TYT, to move to Los Angeles, and my stand-up career, I was 4 years deep in that, but I'd been doing video editing for quite a long time before that, and so I had some skills to bring, but it was a huge deal. I had no idea that I'd end up with this many years later. My beard would fall out, and I'd be, begging for money to help make a documentary about the Young Turks. But I believe the quality of the film stands, and if you want to see the edit, this is tellthetruthcenk.com, the website I just launched just recently. Here's the editing timeline. I can't scroll it anymore, but this is a lot of work. This is years and years of work. This is a lot of, as I say at the end here, only cartilage and my future were harmed in the making of this film. So back to Sam.
been a nightmare. And honestly, it's a horrible thing I need help with. So I'm hoping to get some attention and some support. So yeah.
What's the website? If somebody out there wants to help you with the editing of that documentary or whatever, or just to read more about it, what's the website that people can go to?
YouTube, winners and losers on YouTube, youtube.com/winners and losers. I also have Patreon. I have support links in my descriptions for every video. But on YouTube, you can find me winners and losers.
Okay.
I show up in the chat occasionally here, and I'm good on the editing. I need promotion and money. You know,
right.
that's the help I need from people. So it's a big project, and I'm looking forward to watching Emma on the Bituation Room podcast this afternoon, by the way.
All right. Well, thanks for the call, Hank, and I'll look up and find out where that oil is. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and maybe I can reach out when I have the fundraiser going, if that's cool.
Okay, let us know. All right, bye-bye.
Yeah.
All right, love y'all. Bye. Be safe.
Thanks.
Bye. Thanks.
All right, calling from a 504.
Okay, that was good. I thought that was fun. That was fun. I have a mix of feelings. You know, those when you do that, when you get on air, when you call, and I used to call Street Fight Radio a decent amount, and I developed a decent rapport with Brian and Brett before they had their big split. That was like 2 or 3 years ago now. Wow, it's been so much time. But yeah, I was never really a huge call-in guy. I mean, I did stand up, so I kind of understand. I mean, well over 1,000 times I did it, you know, for roughly 6 years, pretty regularly. So like I had a lot of experience. I mean, I know what it feels like to go through the nervousness cycle of before you go and you do a thing. And I've been podcasting for quite a long time as well. But the stakes for this project feel so immense, and I worry all the time about being sued. I certainly would love to spend some of that $50K on an attorney. I'd rather find an attorney who wants to do some pro bono help, someone who's in the movement, in the labor movement type of person. That would be ideal, who sees some value in just contributing to this weird project, or even to what degree, I don't even know. So there's all kinds of different angles for trying to promote this film. I love talking about it as a filmmaker, as like a documentarian type thing. I still feel a little weird calling myself a filmmaker, quite. It's probably fair. I know you're supposed to make it till you fake it or whatever, fake it till you make it. I've made all kinds of, I mean, I have 20 years video editing experience. I've done all kinds of different types of stuff, but that's a zone where it's more interesting to me to have conversations with people. I hope to talk about like the narrative of the film and the ways that certain things are revealed or not revealed, or the choices that I made in order to tell the story, because it kind of takes a couple of different leaps around the timeline a little bit. That's almost kind of the organic nature of how I made the movie, because I didn't set out to do a full feature film. The NLRB notice showed up, and then that was like, that's got to go in the film, and that added and then it becomes this whole thing about TYT's campaign and the ethical commitments that they made in order to uphold their principles that they pretend to sell to their audience. Well, they sell to the audience, but the principles they pretend that the audience thinks they uphold. My working conditions do not reflect that. Right over here to baldontheinside.substack.com. I added the thing here. This is much of like, these are emails that I sent asking if I could get paid for some of the time that I took off. This is the independent contractor agreement, $21.63 an hour. No benefits. Cenk screams and yells about paid family leave, benefits this, healthcare that. He doesn't mean a fucking word of it. He went out of his way to make sure I didn't get any benefits, and it's all illustrated right here. While I was called independent contractor, I worked next to people who were called full-time regular employees, and the person who held the role before me was called a full-time regular employee who got benefits, and I was paid less than everybody else per hour. Not by much, by the way. Pretty cheap video editing for Los Angeles. But I have every claim I'm making is backed up with all this stuff. I don't have every single gusto, but I have all these invoices, all these gusto records, hiring dates, emails that I'm asking for help. You know, here's me called part-time editor. Like, this is Cenk Uger's real principles right here. He'll call you part-time while you're working, and this is sort of the meat of the thing is, these hours here. Look at that. These are not 40-hour. These are not 30-hour weeks or less. These are 40 hours. Most of them are more than 40 hours. So, back to majority report. So, there's just a lot of weird. There's a lot of potential ways to promote this film. I don't have experience doing it. I want to go on as many people's shows as I can. I know a few people have reached out. I haven't gotten back to them. I get overwhelmed a lot. this whole project takes I burn real hot. I only do kind of intensity. I'm autistic, and so like I spend my day managing all the energy bubbling and the tigers in my brain. That's why I started the podcast. We'll stick with that metaphor. But I spend my day caging tigers, and the cat, as you guys know, a little lore around here. I had a cat. That's what the background there is. Now it's a plant. I'm gonna make some TikToks up there about this plant. She was this immense energy sink for me. She was a stray, whatever. But like, so de-stressing with the fundraiser, getting some money, paying my roommate a huge amount of the debt that I owe him. I'm so lucky that he's got my back here. But I've far exceeded my welcome. The guy doesn't deserve to be carrying me on his back the way it's been. Weird, all kind of strange. I need some new shoes, honestly. Someone already helped me get some better headphones. That's not these, but that's actually super cool. That's about the most important thing for autistic people who have the sensory issues that I have. Not all autistic people have the same sensory issues. There's a lot of variability within the way autism manifests, because it's about variability of the human nervous system. So anyway, there's a whole bunch of different angles. One of them is like labor issues, Marxist analysis too, like the class struggle, the boss who has all the power, who has all the leverage. TYT is run by a health insurance executive, by the way. This number 2 there is this guy, Jack Gerard, who in his former career worked for Kaiser, I don't want to say the wrong ones, Blue Shield of California and Kaiser, I don't know if it's Permanente or Kaiser something insurance, but he was a health insurance exec for 12 years. And maybe his employment at TYT, and he's been there like 10 years. He brought a bunch of corporate structural stuff into the company that was needed. Not that that's a bad thing. Every company that grows bigger usually needs to change its organizational structure. But this guy is as soulless as you have to be a health insurance executive. And, you know, you could maybe argue that his working for TYT is perhaps him trying to atone for some of the harm that he caused the world. All of the gigantic ocean of bodies that have left behind him, as is true of all health insurance executives. But the fact that they use like employment classification to deny people health insurance makes me think that maybe the generous theory that I just posited is probably not the true one. I think they're just about corporate monsters trying to maintain control over people. And so Cenk did the union busting, and I didn't get into much of the detail with that with Cenk or with Sam here. So that was awesome, though. I mean, honestly, that went really well. I went long. I did talk to. I could have gotten right to the point a little faster. Probably should have. I'm going to have to practice that. And I'm going to be watching myself reacting to the Leftist Mafia appearance I did this same week in early February. So look for that. If it's not in the description, it's because I haven't recorded that yet. I'm not doing that today. So let's move it along here. More on the majority report and some of the bullshit that went down. And I think this will be. We'll wrap it up. Yeah, we're not going to get to the Elon Musk at CPAC bullshit. So here we go. I did dig up some of the stuff I had referred to earlier. So this is a bit of that context to show you the stuff that led to Anna releasing this big video where she addresses the majority report. It's on TYT's YouTube. Go look at it if you want to see the full reaction. We're going to look at a couple little pieces of it. I can go deeper someday if people want. So here is a tweet from January 31st, 2025. Anna, someone tweeted out this from Anna. Let's see what she says.
I know that Francesca Fiorentini is currently attacking you about this, as if Donald Trump is unique. He's novel compared to past presidents, certainly a special kind of evil that we've never seen before. In her mind, these are the gulags that she was warning about. But in fact, this has been a long-standing...
The deportation camps that they're already doing in Guantanamo. That Francesca released a video clip from her interview with Cenk. She brings me up in that interview too, as you've seen. But he makes a barf face and then cackles with hate at. But then, okay, I got to show it to you. God damn it. Okay, we're ready to play this, but let's play a little bit more of Anna, and then we'll jump back a day or so to this video that Francesca posted, referring back to the interview she did with Cenk in December. But it shows that she was right and he was wrong, and they do it in a funny way. Of course, she and her husband Matt Lieb are both stand-up comedians. I remember talking with her and Matt Lieb at a Christmas party once, and my pleasant memory is that they were both tall, and I like talking because I'm also above average height, and so it was nice to talk to tall people. No bending over.
Practice. You can
back up a little. But she's mad about Francesca calling Cenk out. January 31st.
Kind of evil that we've never seen before. In her mind, these are the gulags that she was warning about. But in fact, this has been a long-standing practice. You can be against that practice, but Donald Trump isn't doing anything new here.
Yeah, it seemed very straw-man-y to just mischaracterize what Francesca was arguing, as Cenk does quite abundantly. I'd say he's a bit more advanced at it than Anna is, but that was they're both doing that.
So I'm going to address it. I think that the clip that Francesca's using is misleading and totally out of context, but that's okay. But I know that
no, it's not okay. No, it's not okay. That dishonesty is not okay.
Yeah,
but continue. Go ahead.
I hear you. I hear you. I don't mean to.
But she's getting the likes that she wants, right? Otherwise, I mean, who would pay attention to anything she's doing if she's not attacking TYT?
Well, Francesca is incredibly talented, by the way. She's really like way above most people on doing this shit on the internet. This is a stand-up. She gets that skill and that poise and that thinking on your feet that comes from being a stand-up. But she's so well put together in so many ways. It's like the idea that she wouldn't get any, and she had a whole career before TYT. She did just special with MSNBC and media and AJ Plus and National Geographic. She was a correspondent for. So the idea that the reason she gets any attention is because she's being brave enough to stand up to Cenk's bullshit is absurd. It's totally ridiculous.
Right. Otherwise, I mean, who would pay attention to anything she's doing if she's not attacking TYT? But anyway, continue, Cenk.
Dishonesty is not okay. Anna's not a fan of dishonesty. Keep that in mind for some of the stuff we're going to look at. So let's see the video that they're referring to, and then we will get back to Emma reacting to this part where Anna said that. So the timeline's all over the place. So this is from I saw it. We'll get back to Cenk's answer. So this is 2 days before what we just saw Anna say there. Here's a video Francesca posted.
Want to have a beer with people who want to put people in mass deportation camps. They want to deport.
You think we're going to get put in camps? You sound all right.
Pausing. Trump plans to build mass detention camps for deportees at Guantanamo Bay. That's the Washington Post. The Independent. Trump signs executive order opening detention camp at Guantanamo Bay for 30,000 migrants. Live updates. Another headline. Defense Secretary Hegseth says Guantanamo Bay is perfect place to hold migrants safely in the interim. Subhead. Trump wants DOD and DHS to prepare a 30,000 person migrant facility at the U.S. Naval Base in Cuba. So it's expanding the standing policy of America to do deportations. Biden was very aggressive with deportations, and Anna acting like Francesca is ignorant of that context is ridiculous. But they're building a camp on Guantanamo Bay, which formerly held suspected terrorists, which is, of course, bullshit from the war on terror that George W. Bush and his right-wing cronies initiated back then. But these are just people who have, at most, misdemeanors for overstaying their visas or, and this is part of America's internal fascistic upswell that is represented by the Project 2025 and the Trump administration and the right-wing project here. And Anna recently admitted that she was wrong for thinking that MAGA or that Trump was not going to do Project 2025. That's been its own cycle on here. So Francesca put out this video. Another headline, Donald Trump moves to prepare Guantanamo Bay for 30,000 criminal illegal aliens. Boom. So Cenk answered her very aggressively. He won't answer anything I put on the internet because he knows it'll draw attention because he's a coward. So it would be nice if he would, but because as soon as he does, people are going to say, "Who's he? What's this Hank guy's deal? Oh, a film? Oh, look, he was part of the. Oh, geez, why did the union? Oh my God, you use classification to deny benefits? You have people working 40-hour weeks while you call them part-time? Gosh, that doesn't. Why is this what people do when they say gosh? What do people do? That means apple. That's how gorillas say that they want an apple. Sign language, I mean. Okay, sorry, my head's going nuts. Cenk answers Francesca, this is totally out of context horse shit. Is horse shit 2 words or 1? In another part of the interview, she was talking about gulags for Chinese Americans. When you say this is mass deportation camps, you're scaring the shit out of people who are undocumented and haven't committed any crimes. Stick to facts. Another guy who's big on the facts. Francesca answers, And the gall to say that I am scaring undocumented people and not ICE with 1,200 person daily quotas who are targeting workplaces where hundreds of non-criminals, quote unquote, are being swept up daily is truly beneath you. Say less. Does Cenk answer that one? Does not seem so. But then she answers this, another response here. Sometimes it's hard to thread these tweet things, but she writes, nah, Cenk, I never mentioned Chinese immigrants until just after you scoffed at camps. And when I did, I was referring to these reports. Either way, stay mad at the wrong people. She brought receipts. It's a headline from NBC News, immigration section, as sources say Trump could deport undocumented Chinese first. Asian American groups rush to prep. Sources previously told NBC News that undocumented Chinese nationals of military age will be among the first groups targeted for deportation by the incoming Trump administration. Then Cenk writes, a little ironic coming from you because you seem to be spending most of your time being angry with me. Oh, I didn't go to Wharton Business School, the same school as Donald Trump and Elon Musk, so have people be angry with me. I'm a savior. I use classification. Sorry. Okay. So this is all context for then Anna making this comment 2 days later on January 31st. Then Emma... later that night, 8:22 p.m., after it got posted by Escover on Twitter, Emma wrote, gotta love the performative piousness of Polymarket populists. Lots of P's in that one. Good alliteration. Coming for ally and movement partner Franny Fio, because she posted Cenk's own words coming from his mouth. Go back to your roots ranking celebrity camel toes. Get your clicks that way as the rest of us oppose fascism. Oh... oh, dang. Mic drop. She got you. Nailed it. So Anna took issue with this answer. We have a couple extra tweets here. So, of course, Bernie's cat does this classic meme of the young men making one guy. How do you even describe this? The guy with the eyes. Okay, Emma goes, subtweet, I don't know. We're in the political debate and discourse space, and some folks just can't hack it. Sad to see, she writes. So pretty good words there. Francesca writes, LOL, she went full Regina George. I don't know what that means, but I'm assuming it's, nailed it, I guess. So Anna then retweets, quote tweets, Emma's alliterative performative piousness of Polymarket populist tweet that we just read. So Anna writes, oh God, oh Jesus, this is really okay. She writes, I remember Emma telling me verbatim, I never have to work a day in my life if I don't want to. Would you write that down in your journal verbatim? Because of how wealthy her family is. Your mom threw a nice little fundraiser for Senator Gillibrand in 2019, right? I get why you're so attached to a party that fucked over the working class over and over again. Anna, you helped Cenk do union busting at the Young Turks. You don't have any foundation for saying anybody fucked over the working class. We were unionizing because we wanted to get health insurance for one of our members. I deserve to have paid days off. So shut the fuck up about working class. You helped Cenk do union busting, helped cover it up, and never, ever retracted or apologized for it.
One of my grounding political values is that workers should have better pay, better working conditions, a seat at the table. Unionized labor, I think, is incredibly important, which, it's something that's been decimated in recent decades in this country. But that's like my number one interest in politics.
And I'm making the movie. I guarantee she knows about it. Going on here. So, I don't really expect her to understand what it's like to live in a neighborhood that's been overrun with criminals due to the policies she preaches in the name of gaining social capital. Fran did a hatchet job on Cenk, even though he was kind enough to waste his time going on her show in the name of openness and understanding. I knew he was making a mistake. Don't go on a show, Cenk. It's a mistake. Run, Cenk, run. Somebody might do journalism near you. We can't have that. These people aren't interested in building any coalitions. They're not open to understanding anything. They don't even give a shit about winning policy goals. Literally, the worst thing Cenk ever did was open up the company to these people. They came in, leached off what he built, and turned on him for clout the first second they could. Also, tell me, Emma, since taking a sponsor is so unacceptable to you and the 4-person company you work for, how many of the dozens of employees at TYT should Cenk lay off to appease your judgmental ass? Tell us! What if Emma was just like, 17? That's how many? She has an answer. And then Anna comes back with, just looks like adding another tweet to the thing. Emma, you should probably be open about the Harris campaign's ad buy on the Majority Report, too. Keep that in mind. That we're gonna get back to this one. Maybe that's why you were cheering so hard for a woman who shooed away any left-wing activist who wanted to ask her legitimate questions about her foreign policy in the Middle East. Whoa. The Letter Hack, friend of the show, I've been on. I'd like to have him on my show someday. I'm terrible about doing guests and stuff, but he writes, if anyone ever needed to log off, ellipses, or ... as we like to say, Sam wrote, you have lost your mind, and he included a tweet from his own self. Friend of the show, Patreon supporter, Tracy Eva wrote, breaking news, Anna Kasparian has lost her fucking mind again. All caps. So people are really jumping in on it. Then, okay, that's my stuff. Is this the... Okay, that's right. So we have a Sam response. It's linked down below. We just saw it. But just checking the quote tweets here. Matt Lieb, host of Bad Hasbara podcast. Nice guy. Again, like I said, tall. I talked with him and his wife once. His wife is Francesca. Writes, quote tweets Anna saying, I'd say I ain't reading all that, but Anna's heard enough of that from various book publishers. Oh, quality. Nicely done. Down here we have Sam's response to Anna somewhere. That is all I wanted to get. There we go. So the Harris thing, saying that Harris did an ad buy, is really goofy. Sam writes, quote tweeting Anna saying, this is a 100% unmitigated absolute lie. Let's make a Polymarket bet on it. Exclamation point. And of course, here at the bottom, there's me saying, Sam, I told you I'd call back to talk woodworking. but I'd like to call in to tell you about Tell the Truth, Cenk, my documentary about unionizing the Young Turks, sponsored by Evil Gambling website. Your audience will know far more about the union situation than TYT's. So good stuff. Christina, Cosmopolitics, everybody give her a follow, says, get her. Everybody's jumping in. So this is the drama that was going down, which led us to, God damn it, motherfucker. All right. So that was February 2nd, 2025. Okay. So we're still all around the turn of the month. Do months turn? And this is also what got me, as you've just seen, interested in calling them up again. And letting people know about the union stuff, because I felt like that was an important part of this thing. So then we get this piece from the Majority Report called, the YouTube title is Whoopsie ... which is also a reference to Tim Pool saying that on, it's one of the drops that they use where he goes whoopsie. I can make my voice go nicely high pitched only when appropriate. That was on February 14th, 2025. So a little time had passed. Cooler heads had not prevailed. But, I think some other stuff might have set this off too. I'm not sure precisely. We're not really going to watch it. But if we mouse over, we can see we'll just watch these like highlight bits. There's probably other stuff in here. But actually, you know what we'll do for you? Transcripts are on. And we'll start it. We'll see what they say. And then we'll jump around a little bit too, because we can't just sit here and watch the whole thing.
Yeah, credit where credit's due. That's what this
segment's about.
This segment's about. As you know, we have been talking about Project 2025 for, I don't know, probably a year at this point. And it has been accelerated by the entry in whatever it was, June or July or August, of the crypto tech bros, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, Andreessen et al., who also had a similarly aligned incentive structure to attack the federal government. Look, Steve Bannon said this in 2017 at CPAC, maybe in February of 2017. Our agenda is to destroy the administrative state. Republicans have always done that. You can go back to, what's that, Rick Perry Ding Dong. I'm going to get rid of 3 government agencies. And he couldn't remember which one it was, but it was so part of the Republican idea.
Oops.
It's 3 agencies of government when I get there that are gone. Commerce, education, and the, what's the third one there? Let's see.
EPA?
EPA, there you go. No, okay.
Let's talk deposition.
Seriously? Is EPA the one you were talking about? Or
No, sir.
You can't name the third one?
The third agency of government,
Yeah.
I would do away with the education, the commerce, and let's see. I can't. The third one, I can't. Sorry. Oops.
And that motherfucker, Rick Perry, was made the secretary of the Department of Energy, and he had no idea that also encompasses nuclear technology, nuclear arms. It's under the Energy Department. Didn't know it, and he was in charge of the entire department. Like shit, like a lot of stuff like similar is happening in the Trump happened under Bush. There's just Republicans don't give a shit about the government other than its usefulness to their power project and stuff. So yeah, here we go.
Ideology. And at the end of the first Trump administration, Russell Vought, as OMB director, had essentially hatched this plot, which they weren't able to basically put into place, but to get rid of civil servants, career people working at agencies.
Sorry, we're going to get rid of the transcript. It's just too annoying.
With political appointees. Schedule F was the categorization of these workers.
And then Biden rescinded that, and then Trump, I think, now has put it back in place, right, upon coming back into office.
Yes. And this has been out there.
Vought talked about traumatizing federal workers.
And he, and Vought worked for an outfit.
That's exactly what they're doing right now.
He was doing this in conjunction with the Heritage Society, but he was
Heritage Foundation.
Heritage Foundation.
His think tank was called the Center for Renewing America.
Center for Renewing America. That was basically the Trump administration in exile. All right. So here is a clip from the Vanguard about people who were in Project 2025 denial.
So if you just type in TYT Project 2025, beautifully, the first search result, Trump's plan is not Project 2025. Who could believe it? That's crazy. Let's take a quick look and see exactly what Anna had to say in this clip. Then we're going to take a look at one more.
So I totally believe this reporting. I think this is actually accurate reporting. And if reporters didn't just serve as stenographers for the Democratic Party, they would have maybe found out that there's a different think tank that literally has the same slogan as Donald Trump, and they might have reported on that ahead of time instead, but they didn't. Go ahead,
and his top staffers were connected to it, including Kellyanne.
So this video is about how there's another plan that's, way less concerning than Project 2025. That, all these liberals in mainstream media and all these Democrats, they're freaking out and they want to fear monger about Project 2025. But in reality, there's this other one that like Kellyanne Conway is behind or something. And it's way less scary. It's way less scary. Actually, if Trump gets into power, it might not even be that dramatic at all. It's probably just going to be like any other Republican administration, right?
Yeah, I remember we reacted to this at the same time. And to Cenk's credit, this was before he had gone so soft on MAGA. He's actually pushing back on her from what I remember in this clip.
No, he's not. No? This one, he's not. There were other ones where he did. And this one, no, he goes on to say, yep, this is the real plan. I think we can watch him say that right here.
Conway, et cetera. So these guys are definitely in charge. And one of the Trump staffers on his campaign team said, they're not the transition team, but they kind of are. They said, he said, in effect, they are. They've got, because we didn't have time to plan it. And here's a hilarious part of the story before I get to the worst part of the story. They said Trump is superstitious, so he didn't want to talk about a transition team at all before he won. which then greatly delays them.
Either way, that's the main part of that one.
First off, I mean, I didn't know, we hadn't played that last part. Any, like 5 minutes worth of reporting beforehand knew that Russell Vogt and the Heritage Foundation was literally building a dossier. I mean, we saw ads. They were literally...
All right, let's jump ahead. Most replayed here to see what they're saying.
Granted, it's behind a paywall, but according to the Vanguard, people have admitted that they made a mistake.
All right, back on TYT, Cenk and Anna with you guys. More news.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong about Project 2025. MAGA hates Project 2025, and I thought that Donald Trump actually cared about his base because in his first term, he seemed to be swayed by his base. He seemed to listen to his base.
Wait a second. Wait. MAGA hates Project 2025?
Where's the evidence of that?
What? What is this MAGA that they speak?
They do speak about MAGA as this kind of uni party, singular thing, person, entity. I mean, as a shorthand for a collective of people organized around some sort of ideological center or some sort of maybe cultish obsession with a strongman personality leader. I guess it's not the word, but it's also highly interpretive. This is very imprecise. But just to speak about MAGA wanting something is just kind of like, yeah, MAGA lives down the street. Bought the camouflage house. Hard to see.
What is this? Make America Great hates Project 2025? Every single person involved in Project 2025 are the most Make America Great people there are. Like, what is this whole idea that this is a betrayal of Donald Trump? This is what Donald Trump ran on.
We're in, remember, this is February 14th. This video, the Vanguard video, is from...
All right, back on TYT, Cenk.
I like they're using DaVinci Resolve. 12 days ago, February 13th. So just kind of keeping track of the timeline there a little bit. We'll jump ahead a little bit to see what Sam says here. I'm just looking for these high watch time peaks.
He was secretly recorded by some British journalists who came in. He goes, "Trump is distancing, but we're not worried about it."
Right, exactly.
Right.
So I wonder if they saw that, but maybe not. I don't know.
Do we want to play the rest of this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here we go.
Because in his first term, he seemed to be swayed by his base. He seemed to listen to his base. This time around, not so much. So Russell
and this part here, Anna, where she's in the black shirt, admits to being wrong. And good for her. It's commendable to do that. I wish she would do that about the Young Turks Union. She doesn't seem interested. Maybe she hasn't fully ingested the fact that there's completely detailed information from me and on my Substack and in the documentary. It might be, so I'll leave it open to that idea because I would love it if she reached out and she wanted to, interrogate my credibility and issue a retraction. It would be cool if she was the one who confronted Cenk about it. Honestly, that would be an interesting thing. Is her credibility worth keeping in pieces to protect a guy who took advantage of her loyalty in order to help him bust a union and hide his horrible workplace practices that drove us to unionize? But so this is, I think, a few days before Vanguard. I'm not sure exactly when, but it's just within a week before that. So, just so you're clear.
As the head of the Office of Management and Budget, and considering what he just did with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, makes it abundantly clear to me that they are implementing Project 2025. So I will admit when I'm wrong, I was wrong. I totally predicted incorrectly what would happen with Project 2025.
Oh, pause it. No, it's not. And I appreciate the Vanguard for doing this. It is not the prediction. People make predictions all the time.
Right, I was wrong in my prediction about the election, but
this is not making some type of Polymarket bet here.
Yeah.
Where
That's
the outcome we can't tell.
Yeah. Yeah.
There was an abundance amount of evidence of this. And even if your opinion, not prediction, opinion was, I can't see them doing this is pretty radical. The idea that you would mock people for believing it and saying it was a conspiracy theory, the people had Trump derangement syndrome. I'm sorry, give me a break. But at least we can acknowledge what's actually ongoing.
Yes.
And I would recommend this go into the free part of their show. so that their audience can know about it.
And emphasizing it. And,
Fair.
you know, I will say, as long as people are issuing corrections, you know, there was a claim made that we took money from the Kamala Harris campaign for our show. Now, that never happened. We've clarified that. It's laughable.
Whoa. We don't
Wait,
know.
actually.
We're still
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. There's a deadline on this Polymarket bet. I think.
It'd be funny if Kamala Harris sticks her head into the frame. You bet. And puts $100 bill in Sam's shirt pocket.
But you can.
So that's a bet on Polymarket. Honestly, it's occurred to me to do a Polymarket thing, like to try to promote the film. I don't know if that's ethically okay for, I don't know, but like will Cenk Uygur acknowledge that he lied to his audience about the origin of TYT Union? Because that's the core of the truth that I want them to correct. That's why it's called Tell the Truth, Cenk. Cenk told his audience a story that's not true, that outsiders started the union to harm his run for Congress, when in fact it was insiders, organically driven. It started in 2018 originally, but then I woke it up intentionally in 2019 to deal with being called independent. You know, I mean, you've seen it all. So like, I know the absolute truth about what happened here, but it might be an interesting way to sort of like bring some attention to the film, maybe. I don't know how to do any of that, and honestly, how many more fucking goddamn passwords do I have to keep track of? But I think that would be really interesting, though, to see on Polymarket, which was TYT was the Polymarket Studios, as you know, obviously.
So there's on Polymarket, you can gamble with crypto about whether or not Kamala bought ads on the Majority Report. Somebody bought a good amount of it.
Can we bet on this, or do you have to be outside of America to bet on this?
I don't think it's legal in the United States, but yeah, somebody I think placed a bet. Can you scroll down to the holders, Bradley? There's some folks that first of all, so here it is, the rules.
It says on February 3rd, Anna Kasparian asserted that Kamala Harris bought ads on Majority Report during her 2024. Okay, so there's information there. Holders, no holders. Is that just?
So we can go to the rules, show more for the rules. On February 3rd, Anna Kasparian asserted that Kamala Harris bought ads on the Majority Report during her 2024 presidential campaign. This market will resolve to yes if a consensus of credible reporting and or disclosures from Kamala Harris's campaign or the Majority Report proves that Kamala Harris bought ads on the Majority Report during her blah, blah, blah. Otherwise, this market will resolve to no. Only direct purchases made by the campaign itself will count. Ads purchased by associated political action committees, super PACs, or other third-party organizations that are not directly a part of Kamala Harris's official campaign will not count. So
that's very formalized, though, in terms of like kind of just like making clear. It's almost legalese-ish. I wonder if the person who posts that has to be like that, like it's a lawyer brain type thinking to write it that way, or if it's like some kind of Polymarket process sets that up or something, or because I could see it being really willy-nilly and it being very vague and unclear, even on an illegal overseas evil gambling website. You still probably need to follow some sort of strictures for, if anything, administering the bet, but also preventing other kind of liabilities and stuff. The more clarity that's there, the better. I would say.
But a March 31st deadline, I think.
Now hold on for a second.
Yeah.
See, I have some questions here.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. First off, let me just say, we have never had any ads purchased by associated political action committees, PACs, super PACs, or any other third-party organization that are not directly part of Kamala Harris' official campaign. So that we can put out. That doesn't count.
All right, I got it right here. This is crazy. Let me see. Let's get back. Let's look at it. Okay. Let me get a good sight on that. So 7%, yes. $1,271 in volume, whatever that means precisely. Yes, 9 cents. No, 96 cents. And here it is. 1,408. Yes, 5 cents. No, 98.9 cents. 3%. Oh, okay. So 3% chance. So it starts out at a high percentage, and then we can track how likely it is over time. It's an interesting way to kind of track. It's like Google Trends almost. I'm not but based on betting behaviors or something. It's just so crazy. So 3%. Honestly, man, did Cenk Uygur, will Cenk Uygur admit that he told his audience a false story about TYT Union, or will Cenk Uygur, however I said it the first time, I think was better. Will Cenk, yeah, but I don't know. Some sort of very clear notion, and will he admit that it was a worker-led effort that began 18 months prior to address exploitative working conditions? Because that's the truth. Those specifics you've seen on my Substack and stuff, but that's what happened. Here's the comments. Someone writes, Anna is a mentally ill liar. 9 days ago. Dave of the Degan says, Sam, just lie and say you were paid and we buy up a bunch of yes shares beforehand. I mean, that's the thing, is that you can manipulate this stuff. Another one here. I wish I watched the show almost daily. This show almost daily. No way they were in the pocket of Kamala camp. Someone writes, what is this? Okay. So there it is today, 3%. It's so weird. Well, a little bit more with Sam and Emma, and then we'll, yeah, here it is. Okay, so we're right about to get to this little watch time peak right there.
It says the market will resolve to a yes consensus if there's credible reporting and or disclosures from Harris's campaign or the majority report that proves that Harris bought ads on the majority report. Now, this is an ethical dilemma for us.
Yeah.
Because...
So he talks about that he could manipulate it himself. And that's like Matt Bender made the point about the LA fires, because you can bet about the fires on Polymarket. You could go start fires to change the way the betting website deals with the bet. It's super wild that that's legal. It's clearly there needs to be some sort of intervention, regulatory intervention for that kind of stuff. So remember, here's Anna saying, Emma, you should probably be open about the Harris campaign's ad buy on the Majority Report too. Maybe that's why you were cheering so hard for a woman who shooed away any left-wing activist who wanted to ask her legitimate questions about her foreign policy in the Middle East. She's like trying to smear Emma for preferring Kamala over Trump in this election. I preferred Kamala over Trump. I was against Trump in this election. I also wanted Kamala to go to prison for the rest of her life for murder and mass murder and being a war criminal, which also exists alongside wanting to avoid a Trump presidency precisely for the reasons we're seeing now and the chaos that's happening. All right, so that was on the 14th, Valentine's Day, by the way, the only day of the year my decorations make sense. Anna then answers on February 20th. We've been building up to this. So here's the response from Anna to Sam and Emma. A week has gone by, 6 days, and people judged her for making it saying oh, all this stuff's going on in the world and this is what you're spending your time on. I don't think that's it's just a minor blip kind of thing. I get the kind of idea behind that criticism, but on the other hand, I think there are some substantive issues here in terms of what media, the role media plays, the responsibility media has. I'm making a documentary about credibility and about integrity and about media responsibility and about power, how power works within and throughout media systems. That's why we spent so much time in the film going through Cenk's campaign and showing the different ways that his campaign was covered. The ethical dark web sequence, which has David Doyle, Humanist Report, Sahil Habibi, Jeff Waldorf, Sam Cedar, Joe Rogan, Kyle Kalinske. That whole sequence about the New York Times smear, something Cenk still complains about to this day. I saw him talking about the other week. I understand the notion of limited time, what you choose to focus on. And I don't blame TYT for coming forward and trying to defend themselves either, even if they're taking some wild swings here and didn't seem to be received very well. We'll look at the comments too, if I remember to do that, right? Make a note here. But let's just let Anna talk. And at the opening, it's fair to see the way she starts. And then I picked out a couple spots to jump ahead to.
Last week, Emma Vigeland and Sam Cedar of the Majority Report thought it would be fun to put out a more than 18-minute long video chastising and mocking me for my willingness to admit that I was wrong, in part for downplaying the possibility of Donald Trump implementing Project 2025 upon winning the election.
People have admitted that they made a mistake.
All right, back on TYT, Cenk and Anna, what do you guys? More news.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong about Project 2025. MAGA hates Project 2025, and I thought that Donald Trump actually cared about his base because in his first term, he seemed to be swayed by his base. He seemed to listen to his base.
Wait a second. Wait. MAGA hates Project 2025?
Where's the evidence of that?
What? What is this MAGA that they speak of?
You know what? Sam is totally right. It is he who understands the MAGA base better than anyone else. I mean, the guy goes out of his way to engage in dialogue with Trump voters. He seeks to understand where their hearts and minds are at. Here he is touting his openness to understanding people who vote differently than he does.
We can't take the power back without talking to Trump voters and making them realize their mistake. Well, wait.
So let's pander to them first.
Pick your battles doesn't have anything to do with talking to Trump voters. Yeah. Or not.
Or flattering false
You've just
consciousness.
decided to make some weird connection there. Yeah. We can't take the power back without talking to Trump voters and making them realize their mistake. Actually, no, we can't. There's millions and millions of other people who need to be motivated to get into the fight.
Is that I am coming from the Polymarket studios?
Insulting them and lumping them all together as the worst among them doesn't help either. I don't know when we have done that with all 78 million people, but I got news for you. The percentage of those who voted for Mitt Romney, they can suck my. I don't care about any of that. I don't care about any of that.
Astute analysis.
I've heard of woodworking, but that's ridiculous. Speaking of who knows MAGA's base, let's just take a quick look at Emma Viglin's contributions to the Young Turks over the years. We're not going to watch them or anything, but let's let Lana finish her thought here, though. I think she's reacting to what Sam said.
There you have it. Sam Seder, noted expert on Trump voters who he won't talk to and has no interest in understanding. Got it. But
That's not true. I mean, Sam takes phone calls. Cenk took phone calls last October for the first time in many years and got called out for the union busting, which he then vehemently denied, lied about being a union buster, and then gaslit his audience by saying that because there's a union, he couldn't possibly be a union buster. And so Sam prides himself on arguing with conservatives. He has an open invitation to talk to Cenk. Of course he wants to talk to conservatives. He's willing to have anybody on his show who wants to come on and debate him over stuff. They pulled a whole scheme to get him on air with Steven Crowder because Cold Feet Crowder was scared to talk to Sam Seder. He goes out of his way to do it. He just did Jubilee. He was on the Patrick Bet David podcast. It's like this notion that he's, because of what he just said in terms of strategically reaching out to MAGA voters in order to try to win a coalition to defeat the Trumpies or non-voters and disaffected lefties and disaffected liberals and try to build a coalition out of that. That's the strategy debate. Cenk talks about this kind of thing a little bit more later on. I think my summary just there was more closer to a fair assessment than what I think Cenk and Anna are offering. But the idea that she's saying that Sam doesn't want to talk to voters to Trumpies is ridiculous.
Worth asking why Trump would repeatedly deny supporting Project 2025 on the campaign trail. Was it to appeal to libs like Sam Seder? Or maybe it's because he knew his base doesn't support large swaths of the policy agenda laid out in the project's 900-page document. So to say that Trump is implementing Project 2025 isn't even fully accurate because, well, there's a lot that he doesn't agree with that's in that document.
According to Trump, the least trustworthy person in the history of trust. But let's see what people know about voters, MAGA voters. Let's see someone who actually has had experience with MAGA voters. Emma Vigeland toured the damn country on behalf of TYT, showing up at event after event, talking to people at Trump supporters. This one's 4 years ago on Why America Needs the Wall, Rebel HQ here. This is Emma Vigeland. I just searched for Emma Vigeland Trump in the search field. Emma attends Trump's 45 Fest, Trump supporter. My liberal girlfriend is a lazier adult. Emma debates the mooch on Trump's bankruptcies. Jordan and Emma take on fascist Trump. That's 7 years ago. Trump supporters brush off Mueller investigation. Psychiatrists, Trump supporters think like 5-year-olds. I'm not sure. I don't see this. The screenshot's kind of blocking what it looks like. Trump kisses college football's racist exploitative ring. So Emma went around the country. Trump supporters deny right-wing terrorism. Emma spent a lot of time in the field actually doing real journalism, interviewing people. And from what I've heard, and I'm not even saying this as an insider stuff, but I don't think Emma wants it it's scary not actually leaving the studio and doing real reporting, particularly with a branded, and I think she probably I went to a Trump rally with Jimmy in 2016. We went to Bernie rallies in Iowa, the Nevada, and as well as the Las Vegas, Nevada caucuses during the 2016 campaign. And we went to a Trump rally, and I think it was in Anaheim in California, too. We got to ride in Bernie Sanders motorcade as well for another one. There was a Bernie, I could be getting confused because there was a Bernie rally somewhere in Southern California and then a Trump rally. But I've been there as well. Has Anna ever gone to a Trump rally and interviewed people? She might have. I think she's done some field journalism. I don't want to sit here and say she's done zero, but from what it looks like to me, and I've been paying pretty close attention to this world for a very, very long time, Emma has, oh God, it was just a little kid there. Emma has spent a lot more time actually talking to people at rallies, not just being interviewed on their shows and on their platforms. Not just doing that. Let's see. Let's just click on this one, see what it was like.
There have been multiple right-wing terrorist attacks in the past week. The MAGA bomber, the synagogue shooting in Pittsburgh, and the Kentucky shooting as well. And this is par for the course. This is a part of a larger trend. Last year in 2017, right-wing terrorist attacks were by far the majority of terrorist attacks in the United States. I want to ask Trump supporters about that fact. There's been a string of right-wing terrorist attacks and kind of an influx in them, an influx in right-wing
terrorist attacks, like what?
Like the bomber, like the white supremacist shooting.
Insane person.
Right, but so 37 right-wing terrorist attacks in 2017, only 7 Islamic terrorist attacks, 11 right-wing. That's from the Global Terrorism Database.
Okay. Nice try.
What do I think about it? False media. Fake news. That's what I think about it personally.
No, it's
self-neuralizing.
They just blow it up. They take everything out of context, or when they can. I can't watch CNN anymore. This is I've just voted today. Earlier today, you see my little sticker. It's the first time in my life I have not voted a split ticket. I've seen enough of the Democrats. It's the first time. I just went straight Republican because I can't stand it anymore.
I mean, Trump is not giving them guns or pointing them at people. We're always going to have problems with our politicians. It's a very difficult job.
Guys wearing a shirt that says "Make Vail Great Again." The ski place in Colorado. Something about a wall. Build something wall. His hand is covering.
Obama had a lot of problems, and I don't hear the Democrats screaming and ranting about all the issues that he had.
Well, he never said, punch him in the face and I'll pay the legal bills to
I don't respond to what he may or may have said.
The white supremacists are not right wing. They're socialists. That's a social. They're socialists. They believe in big government.
By definition, it's right wing.
By your definition, why would someone who believes in big government be right wing? Why would someone who the Nazis? First of all, there's like 50 of them in the whole freaking country. And there's no association between them and the Republicans.
I mean, do I need to smash cut to Elon Musk hailing Hitler at the podium of the president?
Thank you.
I mean, I'm not trying to place it on this guy, but like, oh my God, this is crazy.
Party. The guy who runs it wants.
But they all like the Republicans.
That's a freaking insane problem.
If you're standing in line to vote for Trump, you're standing in line with neo-Nazis, with white supremacists, with white power movement, with KKK, with actual Nazis, with people who are just apologetics for Nazis. Steve Bannon did the Nazi salute. Elon Musk did the Nazi salute. That other guy did. Some dude at CPAC. They're making excuses for it. They're looking the other way. It's very much a flourishing of this exact stuff that they're talking about here. And it's not a surprise that these people are incredibly confused about what happened. And I think, this kind of this sort of misunderstanding can easily is like, it's like America was designed to try to maximize.
Okay, I don't care who they like. They're a bunch of crazies. No one even cares about them. No one cares. They're worthless. No one would have ever heard about Charlottesville if Black Lives Matter and Antifa showed up with baseball bats and masks. You would have never heard their names.
What?
But then they killed someone, and then Trump said there was good people on both sides.
Who started it? I don't know who started it. The Antifa shows up in masks and baseball bats. Did they without a permit? The white supremacists showed up. They have a right to have a permanent act like complete fools, which is what they are. They're complete fools. These guys showed up, and I don't know who started it. I don't care who started it. It's too bad that women got killed. Whoever did it should fry. Has nothing to do with Trump, period.
I don't
Except
think,
Trump defended the people who did that. You know, it's
think that has anything to do with either party. I mean, that person is responsible for his actions.
He used to be a Democrat, too. Nobody talks about that. He was just a crazy person.
Look at his shirt. He's got a Trump shirt where Trump is looking very svelte. It's obviously like illustrated, cartoony looking, but like a flag, a big bombs going off or explosions behind him, and he's standing so bravely looking. She's wearing a Fox News red hat, and he's wearing a U.S. Marine Corps retired red hat.
You can't blame a president for a crazy person.
A lot of the terrorism now is coming from right-wing terrorism. A 2017 study showed that way more than Islamic or left-wing. I'm just wondering if you think Trump's encouraging that kind of rhetoric with the way.
He's trying to keep him out. He's trying to keep him out of here, and he's trying to get rid of him, and we're trying. I don't want to see it happen, but if we have to, we'll kill him.
There you go. There it is. That's Emma bringing up terrorism studies to the faces of MAGA voters for outside a Trump rally. I mean, has Anna ever done anything like that? Can she even compare anything she's ever done at all in terms of showing up and actually doing that and making claims like this? Now I'm backing up a little bit.
I don't care about any of that. Like, I don't care about any of that.
Astute analysis. There you have it. Sam Cedar, noted expert on Trump voters who he won't talk to and has no interest in understanding. Got it. But it's worth asking why Trump would repeatedly.
Now I realize she's talking about Sam, not Emma. I know that's not, but they're referring to both of them. This is about the show versus show thing. I get that that's not the precisely. No, I don't think Sam himself has also not done what Emma had done. I'm saying that Emma deserves a lot of credit for actually doing this. And these are the videos that Cenk was screaming about. Fuck, god damn it. Shit. God. Come on.
There have been multiple right-wing
Okay,
terrorists.
back up one more. These are the videos Cenk was screaming about that Emma should pay him back when he had that huge meltdown last October. That a video you've seen, I'm sure, but where he's yelling that she should pay him back because of Peter Thiel had something to do with Facebook, and therefore Emma shouldn't have gotten paid for posting these profitable videos on his media company's platform here, because some of these were wound up on Facebook. Some bullshit. He was screaming that she should pay him back for that. Where's Cenk's videos of him interviewing all these people showing up at rallies, being a woman in her 20s? I guarantee there are times, and I'm not saying I have insight here, but I guarantee there are moments where Emma's safety was more compromised, or probably felt a little bit at more risk than if she had just stayed in TYT studio. Which, by the way, there were risks working there as well. I could get into. That's another thing. That's not even secret. That's like when Haas said that thing about the, America deserved 9/11 taken out of context and all that stuff. But that wound up on Fox News. It was this big deal. I was working there at the time. The company got an extra layer of threats at the time because it's a political operation. So there's always this like mild notion of kind of background noise that it's a little bit scary to work at a place that's politically motivated, that arouses a country filled with poor mental health access and much higher weapon access. So anyway, good on Emma for actually doing all that. And so let's keep going here. I want to hear a little bit more of Anna here. Skip ahead a bit.
Implementing Project 2025 isn't even fully accurate because, well, there's a lot that he doesn't agree with that's in that document.
So we could get into the weeds and find some stuff out of the 900-page document that Trump agreeing or disagreeing is bullshit. Any notion that he agrees or disagrees with anything is nonsense. He'll say anything he needs to say at any given moment. He'll flip from one sentence to the next. To be a journalist in this industry and trust anything Trump says is should be, I don't want to say career ending, but that's credibility ruining. Any notion that he's a credible source on anything he believes is ridiculous. To use that in this kind of argument especially. So this jumps a little bit ahead where they made this point about all these issues at like federal agencies with EPA and stuff, but I'm not sure how it's related to the majority report, but it finishes with her bringing up the Vanguard and stuff here.
Plants were they are then sold
to farmers who unknowingly contaminate their fields.
Whoopsies. Now
that clearly is a reference, obviously, to the title of this video there. Just
if you watch Beavis and Butthead on the Vanguard YouTube channel, which the Majority Report hilariously treats as some authoritative source, you'd think that TYT is totally in favor.
Well, Beavis and Butthead have more credibility than Donald Trump. Anna treats Donald Trump as an authoritative source on Donald Trump, and that's not good journalism whatsoever. So, and yes, actually, the Majority Report does only source Beavis and Butthead. Vanguard, Silly and Billy are the only two sources of any of their stories that they've ever used for anything.
Of the Trump administration gutting federal agencies, except we're not. Two things can be true at the same time.
No.
These agencies have been deeply corrupted, do engage in waste, and should be reformed. But treating the federal workforce as if they're Twitter employees is a disastrous way to handle it, as we've been learning in recent weeks. But let's hear what Emma has to say about my on-air correction.
It is not the prediction. People make predictions all the time.
Right, I was wrong in my prediction about the election, but
this is not making like some type of Polymarket bet here.
Yeah.
Where the outcome we can't tell.
Yeah.
There was abundance amount of evidence of this, and even if your opinion, not prediction, opinion was, I can't see them doing this.
Like, it's a difference between predicting the outcome of an upcoming event, like an election, and assessing whether the things that have been clear to you and been made clear by all sorts of evidence and corroborating evidence that MAGA wouldn't be against Trump in his implementation of Project 2025, and that Trump is not a reliable narrator or source for anything regarding that, is particularly in terms of the way that he would lie in an election, which is unusual for a politician, but also normal practice in our system, where it's filled with lying politicians who pretend to be something they're not during election season. That happens on all sides of the political spectrum, for sure. So but it's a different thing to be wrong about in a lot of ways. Emma has owned up to being wrong, and she said, she anybody who does predictions is either going to have to say I was right or I was wrong, and use that as a way to learn from that. That's a good thing to do. I'm sure she would prefer to be right than wrong on her predictions, as most of us would probably, right? But it's nowhere near the same kind of like correction or thing about the completely the completely misunderstanding or at least showing some sort of whatever. I don't know why Anna thought the way she did, but she could probably defend that. Why she didn't think Project 2025 was going to be implemented, because there was some other group doing it. I don't want to mischaracterize it either, by the way. So I'm sure this won't be the only video on the subject.
This is pretty radical. The idea that you would mock people for believing it and saying it was a conspiracy theory. The people had Trump derangement syndrome. I'm sorry. Give me a break.
Apologies, I forget.
Like assuming Trump would be a useful vessel, a useful idiot for the right-wing project, fulfilling their ultimate fantasy of full control over the government and asserting constitution-destroying power as a wild idea is ridiculous. I forgot how I started that sentence, so I don't know if the way it finished made any sense. But like the notion that Trump wouldn't implement the things he was told to do. His whole thing is he's a lazy figurehead who'd rather golf and do the salesman's part of the thing, and that's his usefulness to the Republican project.
That Sam usually doesn't let Emma get a word in edgewise, but I'll address what she said in that video in a second. But before I do, did I mock voters who were worried about Project 2025? Because I don't remember doing that. What I do recall is chastising Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party for offering nothing to voters other than incessant fear-mongering about Trump.
I don't know what the hell it is. It's Project 25. He's involved in Project, and then they read some of the things and they are extreme. I mean, they're seriously extreme, but I don't know anything about it.
Project 2025, I'm sure you heard of it. It was cooked up by the right-wing think tank known as the Heritage Foundation, and it has been such a thorn in Trump's side that his team successfully pushed for the ouster of its director, a guy by the name of Paul Dans. Now, the Trump campaign did not author Project 2025. You might think they do because Democrats make it appear as though Trump himself wrote it. But it has been attributed to his campaign by Democrats as part of their political strategy. And I think that it is wrong to do this because when you inaccurately attribute something to Trump, when you cry wolf, well, when he actually does pose a threat on things, people are going to be fatigued from the fear mongering. And so I want to make my case on this. There is a very obvious split in the Republican Party that I think a lot of Democrats are unaware of. There are the traditional conservative Republicans, they're the war hawks, they're the individuals who are very extreme when it comes to social issues. And then there are the more isolationist MAGA Republicans. These are the America First crowd. They don't like what's in Project 2025. And so what Trump is doing in disavowing it is trying to appease or appeal to members of his own base. So again, like he knows that it's actually politically advantageous to not be associated with something that is not popular with the America First MAGA crowd. Now, Washington Post reporter Isaac Arnsdorf, who's been following this story very closely, discloses some really important facts about how the Heritage Foundation agenda was developed in the first place, and the timing of how they developed it is also really important. And guys, I'm not telling you this because I'm trying to defend Donald Trump. I'm telling you this because I don't want people living in fear because Democrats are attributing something that Trump didn't write to Donald Trump. So with that in mind, take a look.
Project 2025 started before Trump was the nominee, before it was clear that he was going to be the nominee. And the idea was for the Heritage Foundation.
It's important to know the facts. It's important to be honest about what's really going on in this election. Donald Trump, in my opinion, is a target-rich environment. And if the Democratic Party wants to fearmonger about him, please do so on things that he's actually saying he's going to do. But associating him with the Heritage Foundation, which again is full to the brim of traditional conservative Republicans that MAGA Republicans find repulsive, I think is weird. And the reason why Donald Trump is so furious about it is not because Democrats are fearmongering about it to liberals. He's furious about it because some in the MAGA crowd are concerned that, the Heritage Foundation agenda is going to be implemented.
Thanks for watching the Young Turks.
I also remember criticizing members of the.
I mean, is fear-mongering about Trump? It's turned out to be a bad electoral strategy for the Harris campaign, obviously, as was their full embrace of genocide and murdering fucking monsters. I mean, they made all kinds of crazy mistakes. So let's jump ahead here a little bit. Actually, it's really close to where we were. So, okay, we'll just play through this to a point where
media who simply regurgitated anything the Democratic Party claimed. I also found it fascinating that as the whole of the Democratic Party was engaging in said fear-mongering, they were also playing part in a massive cover-up about Biden's mental decline. I mean, just think about it. Democracy is under threat. We, the Democrats, insist that this corpse stay in the race to give us the best chance of beating Trump and saving democracy. But since Emma brought it up, let's address the fact that inaccurate predictions are totally okay, but only when she's wrong. In the lead up to the presidential race, Emma declared that her final electoral college prediction is that Harris sweeps all 7 swing states and ekes out a victory in Iowa. My only reservation is that I don't want to jinx the results, but I'm trying to avoid the trappings of magical thinking. Well, Emma, the magical thinking is what led you to think that Harris would sweep all battleground states, not that you cited superstitious jinxing. And of course, Trump, not Harris, went on to win all swing states and the popular vote. The average of polls clearly showed Harris trailing Trump. She ran a horrific campaign, stood for nothing, was unpopular with anyone who was paying attention, and wasn't even nominated through a democratic process. She was anointed. How's that for saving democracy? But you worked very hard to launder her reputation and sell her to Americans. So much so that I thought maybe, just maybe, all those Kamala Harris ads that interrupted your YouTube videos were possibly clouding your judgment. But you say you were delusional all on your own. And you know what? I'll take your word for it.
Decent dig, Anna, by the way. Props to the you were delusional all on your own. Not a bad.
But since we're on the topic,
but let's look what Anna said. Remember, she's acknowledging the Harris. This is the only part of the video where she acknowledges the accusation, the defamatory accusation that the Harris campaign had paid the Majority Report. Right. So she acknowledges it by saying YouTube ads that played on the video, on your videos. So does that comport with, Emma, you should probably be open about the Harris campaign's ad buy on the Majority Report too? Ad buy, huh? That's not how YouTube works. Maybe that's why you were cheering so hard for a woman who shoot away anti-left-wing activists who wanted to eat. So we've seen this before. So it's actually YouTube serves ads based on, I think it's based on both what's in the video, like the algorithm from the source of the like the video side, the channel, as well as the user's inputs into the algorithm, right? That's how it works. Like that's partly why the whole point of the algorithm is it can customize it to the end consumer, the user. So it's a bit of a self-own, if it seems like to me. If she's saying, I saw a bunch of Harris ads, it'd be like, if it, like, okay, guys, hey, guys, be careful. I don't know what it is about TikTok. For some reason, the whole platform, it's just hot girls telling the camera how much they like bald men with small penises. I don't know why they think that that's a good model for a video. Wow, that's weird. I mean, every single video is just girls saying that the link in bio, and I like bald guys who have alopecia and small wieners. That's not strange. Like, it's a major self-own to do that. It's not actually small. It's actually quite big. It's just 6 inches of tip. That's why. Okay, sorry. I'm sorry. I can't. Okay, I might have to remove that part. Okay. All right. So there's that part. There's more here. Obviously, we could keep going, but this is the stuff I clipped out. So Cenk then gets going after or during the social break. So they end the clip, and then there's commercials, and then they okay, social break. So here is a really interesting moment, and I really hope this makes it to Sam's attention at some point, although it's probably drama bullshit he doesn't really care about. But Cenk was completely wrong about what Sam said, and he makes it seem like he's being the adult in the room who never makes things personal, and he's the one who is like above it all. And isn't it just a shame that other people are dragging us all down with their attitudes and dispositions, and it shouldn't be so personal. And then he misunderstands. I mean, you could generously say he probably watched it once and was wrong, but the whole context of this debate and this spat is credibility and accuracy and truth and honesty and correcting yourself if you get something wrong. Nobody expects everybody to be perfect. Oh, fuck, I was supposed to correct the thing, actually. It was about a date. Sorry. That's from the last one. I got a date wrong on one of my credits for one of the sources of the videos. It's actually later in the year, December 3rd. I'm going to make a note. I got to make sure I do that because I said I would. But that's the whole point of this, is that Cenk should at least uphold a degree of accuracy if that's the context of this whole conversation. And at 57 here, and I should have done these in separate clips so it's easier to just jump to it. But here's Cenk reacting, giving his weighing in a little bit here.
The part that bothers me, guys, is when people make it personal. And so there's two tricks that they do. One is, if you disagree with me at all, you're right wing. And if you're right wing, you're immoral. Hence, if you disagree with me at all on anything, you're an immoral person.
See, he does that a lot. He did this on the Francesca interview. And he does this all the time on other shows and stuff. It's just sort of like lazy, smart idiot stuff, like law school brain, like simple flow chart. You do this, therefore I have this, therefore it's like programmer language. Not that programmers are lazy or smart, but it's like a series of switches. If this, then that. If this, and then he thinks that he, by conveying it in simple terms, is somehow making a good point, but it just completely overlaps or overrides the nuances and anything. And this is the straw manning shit that he does constantly. So let's just back up a little bit here.
Hence, if you disagree with me at all on anything, you're an immoral person. You're hurting.
Jake's an immoral person for being a union buster, for lying to his audience about the union busting and telling his audience that the outsiders started the union to harm his run for Congress. And he's an immoral person for his use of classification to deny someone benefits. Having somebody work 40-hour weeks while they're classified part-time so that you can keep their benefits is deeply fucking immoral.
Vulnerable communities, you're hurting this, you're hurting that. Wait, how am I hurting them?
So that's calling
anything.
out. Sorry, the vulnerable communities thing is referring to Francesca Fiorentini. There's some stuff on the channel here about that too, where they're doing the interview that she did and he did in late December.
You're an immoral person. You're hurting vulnerable communities. You're hurting this. You're hurting that. Wait, how am I hurting them? The vulnerable communities in Oakland voted overwhelmingly with the position that Anna and I have. Why? Because the position we have represents the great majority of Democratic voters and voters on the left. So how are the vulnerable communities hurting vulnerable communities? Because they dared to disagree with Emma and Sam and others in that circle. That's absurd. It's patently absurd. But they make it seem like I am the only moral one, and then they go further. So in that clip that Anna just mentioned, they called her Marble Brains.
Marble Brains. Wouldn't you hate to be called Marble Brains? Now listen.
I mean, but at least dawn lights on Marblehead, although it seems to light, sometime around.
I put this on screen. This is my Twitter. Dawn lights on Marblehead. It's a phrase in New England. It's a perfect Sam thing, actually. If you're, it's just like a classic, like. I think Sam is an awesome dude. He gets the boomer charge too much, and he gets slightly defensive. I think he understands it's playful. But like I've never heard this, and why would I? I've been to Boston once. They fucking amazing lobster sandwiches. We went to the same restaurant twice. It was so great. My girlfriend and I got into a kind of a pissy edit because we got lost several times. Okay, Marblehead in Massachusetts, saying Marblehead, Massachusetts is a seaside town north of Boston. So some Marblehead, probably some fucking whaling, that started out as some colonizer landing spot, where they were fucking chopping up whale bones and turning them into trinkets. The phrase is used to describe understanding light dawns of something by a person who is being a bit dense or stubborn, a Marblehead. So Marblehead is a stubborn town filled with stubborn people who insist on being whalings, and then because the kerosene industry and the most expensive part of the whale was like the brain bladder thingy that was like special oil. And they traveled all over. That's when Moby Dick beat their ass in the Pacific because they were killing all the big whales in the Atlantic. So they're chasing. And so Marblehead says, we want more whales. And then someone says, no, you're too stubborn. And then eventually they said, all right, fine, we'll switch to oil. Enough with this kerosene bullshit. The era of kerosene is over. Change the lamps to oil and electricity. And that was the death of the whaling. I'm adding the whaling stuff. So the light dawned. So the stubborn town, its darkness was alleviated by the dawning of light. Now Sam does actually dig a little bit. Let's be fair. He kind of says, well, it's more of a sunset. He's playing with the verbiage of this idiom.
Around sunset.
Yeah.
And also.
Let's back up slightly just to hear it. Listen to Sam's voice.
I mean, but at least dawn lights on Marblehead, although it seems to light, sometime around sunset.
Yeah.
And also now to say, like, this is not what MAGA want. Like, give me a.
Okay, so he's saying at least now she's coming to realize something. That's actually giving her credit. Now, it is coming in a very critical context. The context of this is a criticism, and they are having this public spat, so it is not, but he's kind of giving her credit. Here's another from the Urban Dictionary. Light dawns on Marblehead. I got to figure out how to use this in my regular life. When something obvious is finally recognized by some stupid shit, it might be a good idea to wear a mask. This is the example. It might be a good idea to wear a mask after Donald Trump caught COVID-19. Light dawns on Marblehead. Like, I didn't believe it, but then something taught me, and I'm finally coming to a realization. And he said, well, it's kind of coming on sunset, meaning, well, it seems to be kind of late, like it took a while.
Break. Give me a frickin' break.
It's pronounced. What is that? Fucking, Sam. It's pronounced fucking. God damn it. When will dawn light on his Marblehead, you marble-brained piece of shit?
I mean, this is what we're doing now. Another leftist said that my brain is broken.
That's Francesca. I recall her making comments about, like, are you even smart or something like that in one of them. And I'm not sure exactly what. I could probably find it if I was motivated enough. I don't know. I have to get back to working on that website. But yeah, he's definitely calling Francesca out there about the broken brain thing. So he's really offended. The guy who says that it's important. He'll say all the time he doesn't really believe in the civility. He likes to punch back. He's all for vengeance. He's got this, like, you know, I'll punch you back and I'll hit you way harder than I.
Okay, I mean, like, we could do that too, and we could say all of your brains are broken and etc.
You can make fun of me for my hair falling out, Cenk. You could make fun of me, my face, for my beard falling out from stress over the last several years. Go ahead, alopecia head over here.
We can keep going down this path, but I hate it. I want to be constructive. I want to actually win. I want to care about the voters and the average American instead of caring about your ego and saying that anybody who disagrees with you has marbles in their brain and they're stupid and evil and immoral and fascist, etc. That is the world's worst strategy. And by the way, not very moral. So
not very moral. Certainly not moral to call someone a broken brain, or not very moral to have them work 40 hours a week while they get no days off, no bonus, no benefits whatsoever. Not very moral to impose a psychological campaign, an intentional campaign of psychological warfare against your own workers in a desperate bid to protect your political ambitions using your media company. Is that moral? Is there ethical violations there? It's not very moral to tell your audience that the people who started a union at your company were tricked into unionizing by outsiders, that they were manipulated. You impugn their own intelligence, the workers' own fucking intelligence, myself included, because I was core to starting this union. Is that very moral? And then cover it up for years. He told the Generational Change podcast that unionizing workers bullied other people at TYT.
So there was this giant miscommunication at that time as to the motivation, and so what I asked for was, hey guys, can you do a vote? And by the way, there was a couple of people that came up to us and said, hey, we didn't want this, and they're kind of bullying us, right? And I don't mean IATSE, I mean some other folks that were there at the time. And so I asked for a vote, and we got a vote, and then they won, right? So and it's not a matter of they won. When they won, we didn't lose. We also won. I just needed clarity so that to make sure that my employees actually wanted it.
Fucking slanderous, man. Intentional, malicious slander right there. Smearing the workers again, as if they haven't been dragged through the fucking mud enough by Cenk and Anna.
Look, guys, just fight for your policies, fight for your strategies. And I hope we all stop making it personal. I'm not seeing that lately.
I think Cedar's a grifter. I disagree.
Okay,
that's the Hasanabi podcast with Janksgiving, with his uncle Janksgiving on Janksgiving, the annual event where Cenk reveals the degree to which his brain has been chewed up by the fungus of conservatism that's at the root of his entire being, his reactionary politics, and probably various psychological pathologies that are being informed here. Hey, we all have psychological pathologies, don't we?
Never heard him call you a grifter. He's called me every fucking name in the book. Okay. He's a low rent grifter. Stop.
Okay, he's a freaking grifter. That's all
This is Cenk and the Francesca. By the way, rents are pretty high, so if he's a high rent grifter, let's be honest here.
He's ever done.
Let's talk about Sam. I have a lot more of this. I actually edited this. Is exactly 2 minutes and 20 seconds because that's the cap on Twitter free accounts. So as soon as he's done saying all this bullshit,
fight for your policies, fight for your strategies. I'm not seeing that lately.
I think Cedar's a grifter. I disagree.
Okay,
I've never heard him call you a grifter. He's called me every fucking name in the book.
Okay,
he's a low rent grifter.
Stop. Okay, he's a freaking grifter. That's all he's ever done.
There's a lot more to that Janksgiving where he's over the. Okay, actually, here's more from that video. This is my Twitters again. I'm just gonna. Here is Francesca and Cenk Sam has some, or Cenk has some words about Sam.
I just don't have to go on his stupid show and agree with his stupid ideas.
Cold Feet Uger doesn't want to go on Sam's stupid show and stupid ideas. Maybe you need to have some illumination upon the marble brains, Cenk. Come on, stubborn old man. Have some dawn lighting.
Okay, but you just, again, stupid. Again, these are words that you reserve.
Okay,
Why do you?
Randy, if I called you a Nazi, and
First
I
of all,
said
that's
you were
also not true. Sam never called Cenk a Nazi. He'll occasionally phrase it as and analogize me to a Nazi, but he's very rooted on that. I was called a Nazi. They think I call me a Nazi. Because what he's doing there is he's commiserating with right-wingers who don't like being called Nazis, even though their leaders are hailing Hitler, doing Sig Heils at their conferences. It's certainly hard to, argue against the term per se. I agree overall that just simply calling everybody I agree with Cenk's straw man. That's why these straw men are nice and convenient for him, because you can agree that calling every single person you meet a Nazi is bad strategy. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Of course. But acting like what he's doing with that is saying to the right winger, the ears of the right wing is who his real audience is the left is unfair to me the same way that they're unfair to you. You think it's unfair to be called a Nazi, as a lot of the people on the right do. They don't like being lumped in with it, even though when they're in line to vote for Trump, they're also in line with Nazis. But they still feel like it's an unfair charge, right? And so he is telling them, the left is unfair to me the same way they're unfair to you. You can trust me. He's trying to become not necessarily one of them. I mean, we'll see. But he's trying to make peace. It's part of the peace offering, the project he's up to in terms of appeasing to them and hoping to get their audiences, and I think also probably become the beneficiary of their beneficence of their overlords, as we're going to see a little bit later.
A right winger, and you're secretly taking money from Pelosi and Charlie Kirk. Then, hey, and you said, hey, and you got angry with me. Wouldn't that be a rational reaction?
I think there's been a conflation with.
Reaction be, oh, I love Cenk. I love that he called me a Nazi. I can't wait to work with him. No, he's a freaking grifter. That's all he's ever done.
It's pronounced fucking. What's with you two guys not knowing how to say the word? Look how he ended it. I put Tell the Truth Cenk on the wall there. Very interesting, isn't it? That he's just screaming about very negative. He doesn't like making things personal. Let's see how he reacted when he heard my name. Now, obviously, you understand pretty clearly why he doesn't like me. I'm being honest. I stood up to him. I organized my workplace because I thought I deserved health care like my coworkers got. I wanted to be able to go see a doctor. I was pissed off. I hated being put under such stress. And I'm making a documentary about everything in order to correct the record, clear my name, defend my own integrity, defend the integrity of my friends, and hopefully educate and entertain people about the union, about unions overall, not just about TYT. It's way bigger than TYT. So let's see how much he doesn't like things being personal. Yet the guy, me, doing things, doing all the stuff I just described, and see if this falls under the category of personal.
The part that bothers me, guys, is when people make it personally.
But people like Ben Dixon and Emma Vigeland, and even longtime contributors who were editors, like Hank. I remember Hank, and like the fact that he helped start the TYT Union, and now has obviously
nothing.
Okay.
There's a long video on the channel here of all the stuff that I did. It's in one of the more recent videos of all the work that I did, all the money that he made off of me. I don't have like receipts internally, but like news reports of the income that they got and like other stuff. The free days off, 20 days of unpaid labor amounting to $3,460 that I would have received had I been classified as a full-time worker. On top of that, on top of the bonus, I didn't get paid. I got bonus for 79 days of that year, but I had been working full-time completely around the calendar year back to October. I worked an entire full year, but only got bonus for like a percentage of that year. And apparently I helped with nothing. Sounds like that money probably could have bought a lot of Nintendos, Cenk. I'm picturing a whole wall of Nintendo Switches. Like as if that's what... but that's, I mean, we're talking thousands of dollars. Thousands, not to count the 12 months of no health insurance that I didn't get. What's that worth? or $500 a month, $500 a month company outlay for health insurance or something. It's ridiculous that any employer should have to worry about their employees' health care at all. We unionized to stop this. And he says I helped with nothing. It's a lie. He hates what? Now watch. This is hate. This is who Cenk Uygur really is. This is who this guy fucking is. Right about to see. Watch his face, and you'll see the actual character that underlies the phoniness you see when he's on camera doing his show.
Okay, but I knew Hank was such a great guy, and Emma and Ben are such. I'm just saying. I'm telling you.
Look at that hate. Look at that rage. Because accountability is at his door, and he's terrified because he's a fucking coward. He won't say my name. Say it, Cenk. Walter White. Say Walter White, motherfucker. And if you want to go watch, that's the video with him with his green eyes on the. I already closed the tab. I don't have the energy to open anymore. So that felt pretty personal. I don't like it when things get personal. Ah, the union guy, the documentary guy. My literal goal in life is to create the conditions where my beard grows back. That's all I want. I would love to not have to fucking worry about it. I have the worst face for it too. With this, it's really not a good look. I know it's vain. I know we're not supposed to care, but let's be honest. I got way other things to worry about. So then, Cenk goes on, and this isn't in order. They don't have the full commentary. Actually, let's start with this one. This is Cenk from the same day, but I think this is what leads up to the one we just watched. So this is him starting his comments because this is the social break. See how it says 319 right there? And the first one started on 206. So I think we're watching what came before the 206. So it's a little out of order. I was beating myself up about the order in which I should have released these. So anyway.
I just wanted to throw in my 2 cents on all this fighting back and forth within the.
I didn't want to throw in my $3,460 on TYT's cents. The 3,400. That would be 300. How do you convert it to cents? You just add 2 zeros. 300,000. Okay, sorry.
So, guys, there's nothing wrong with disagreeing with policies. That happens all the time. It happens all the time on the TYT network. It happens on the Young Turks, etc. There's nothing wrong with disagreeing on strategies. I mean, we saw in the clip that Anna just did, Sam's strategy is do not talk to anyone who voted for Trump.
Here he is touting his own.
So this is a quick. I write it here at 22. We see part from the earlier. So this is what we watched. I think we saw Anna say this. But this is from the full video. Just I wanted to give context. I should have done these as like separate chunks. I think that going forward, it's a little bit clumsy to place it inside the video. Not that it's bad for a YouTube video, but for a Twitter, it's easier to sort of have the selections out. I learned.
Openness to understanding people who vote differently than he does.
We can't take the power back without talking to Trump voters and making them realize their mistake. Well, wait.
So let's pander to them first.
Pick your battles doesn't have anything to do with talking to Trump voters. Yeah. Or not.
Or flattering
You've just decided to make some weird connection there. Yeah. We can't take the power back without talking to Trump voters and making them realize their mistake. Actually, no, we can't. There's millions and millions of other people who need to be motivated to get into the fight.
Is that I am coming from the Polymarket studios?
Insulting them and lumping them all together as the worst among them doesn't help either. I don't know when we have done that with all 78 million people, but I got news for you. The percentage of those who voted for Mitt Romney, they can suck my. I don't care about any of that. Like I don't care about any of that.
I guess "suck my dick" must be some sort of regional Boston idiom because I've never heard that before. In Illinois, where I'm from, we say "suck my Marblehead."
Astute analysis, there you have it. Sam Seder, noted expert on Trump voters who he won't talk to and has no interest in understanding. Got it.
How you would win them back without talking to them is a good open question, but I'm sure he's got a brilliant strategy of Vulcan mind meld. I don't know.
Go talk to him, you fucking coward, cold feet Uygur. Cenk won't go on his stupid show to hear his stupid ideas. All this, I'll talk to him, we'll talk to him. Go on a show and talk to him. He has an open invitation. Sam's not afraid to talk to you.
Yes. By the way, the establishment Democrats have a strategy too, which is do absolutely nothing. I don't think that's a good strategy either.
Agreed.
Our strategy is why don't we talk to all Americans, including Trump voters, who a lot of them are independents, and yes, there's some even MAGA populists, and maybe we can win them back if we have a conversation with them instead of yelling at them and calling them names. But hey, everybody pick your own strategies. No problem at all. If you say, no, I love yelling at them and I think that's going to work. And with the 12th time or the 88th.
If I want labor and I don't want to pay for someone's health insurance bonus or paid days off, I'm going to have them sign a contract that says they're an independent contractor. And then when they ask for help, I'm going to change their classification to part-time while they work 40-hour weeks. Everybody gets to pick their own strategy. Hey, and you know what? It worked. Except in this guy's case, like in any other business, this is not much of a risk of this happening. But at the Young Turks, I mean, you can get a union made too. But it's a leftist media company that attracts movement leftists who are leftist media company is not really the right term, I know. But like it attracts movement leftists like myself who believe in unionizing and want to be filmmakers who make documentaries. Like some other businesses will attract people who will unionize because that's a great way to stand up for yourself. You need collective bargaining to increase your negotiating leverage. That's true in all companies. But especially at TYT, Cenk earned himself the union and starring role in a documentary, in an amazingly and beautifully edited documentary with a very, very high quality tellthetruthcenk.com website, which I'd love you to go to, and please consider donating to the GoFundMe or any of the other ways. Even though I don't post as regularly as you'd like to see, I am so busy with this fucking thing. I need as much support as I can get. Please contribute.
Time or the 100 billionth time that we yell at them, they're going to break and vote Democrat. Okay, maybe. Have at it, Hoss. Do that strategy.
And I welcome their hatred.
See, I was getting a little bit more with the editing. It's so much easier to do. I mean, yeah. If DaVinci would just give us a better keyframing thing, you can do a lot with what they've got. But God damn it, you guys, just revamp the keyframing and edit, for God's sakes. I know there's some keyframing in Fusion. Oh, but there's so much. I love it so much more than Premiere. So that's Cenk slinging some bullshit. What does he say at the end here?
Yelling at them, and I think that's going to work. And with the 12th time or the 88th time or the 100 billionth time that we yell at them, they're going to break and vote Democrat. Okay, maybe.
Okay, maybe. See, it's 210, and so that connects up to this one here, 206. That starts there. And now we have Cenk saying, the video is a minute long here that I put on Twitter, about Emma. He has a sadness in his heart for Emma. It's sad to him, and she's gone beyond the pale. Emma has gone over the line. Apparently this pale, which we say in Illinois, that must be some sort of regional dialect for people from New Jersey who are the son of rich landlords. That must be some sort of regional idiom that Cenk uses. Where in Illinois, where I'm from, we say, beyond the Hank's skin tone. I'm very pale. I have been walking more, getting out there a little bit, slightly redder than I used to be. Yeah, white people, the superior race, the one that catches on fire when it goes outside. So here Cenk has a lot of weariness in his big softy heart about Emma. She let him down. All these profitable, risky videos talking to Trump supporters about terrorism, about right-wing terrorism, all this stuff, all these posts. The search term here is Emma Vigeland Trump on TYT's Rebel HQ. These are the videos that he's referring to her to about wanting her to return money from, which we're about to see. But watch what he says at first, because he's just so sad about it all.
And look, on the Emma front, that one's sadder because we knew each other. We supported her for so long. So for all of a sudden to turn,
her labor supported you vampire parasite. Her work brought you labor. You supported her with the value she gave you, with a fraction of what she brought to you. And then it was returned to her in the form of her wage. Just this whole notion that these guys think they support people by allowing them to make them money is bullshit. Just to be clear. Adam Smith, would you somebody fucking read up on some goddamn basic economic thing? No, I don't. Right.
We knew each other. We supported her for so long. So for all of a sudden to turn around on a small policy disagreement and say we're immoral, it's beyond the pale. We'll be back.
Straw Manny.
All right, welcome to the Young Turks. Cenk, Grant, and Kasparian, all back in the studio here, Polymarket Studios in LA.
So this is back in October. where Cenk addresses some of the criticisms. This is where things were really heating up about TYT's acceptance of all this money from the gambling website. And we'll see what he's going to say.
The last thing is about Peter Thiel. So apparently he put money into Polymarket, right? So that people are holding that against us. Now, I didn't know that when we did the deal, but doesn't matter. I'm going to say something revolutionary. No, it doesn't matter. Why? Peter Thiel also financed Facebook. Did anybody ever use Facebook? I know Emma did, because she used to make videos for us on Facebook. Emma, I can't believe you work with Peter Thiel, and Peter Thiel funded organization Facebook. Hey, give me all that money back from all the.
Give him the money back, Emma. What'd you spend it on? Rent and food? Therapy for all the stress you had to go through in order to survive that risky job? Being a journalist is actually tough work. It's not everybody's Rachel Maddow and Anderson Cooper. Not everybody lives in these coddled media. Like people think that it's on the ground journalism it takes a ton of mental energy, especially on camera journalism, especially showing up at a rally with the microphone and you have to coordinate it all. I had my own little tiny taste of it when I was running around the country with Jimmy Dore, just in terms of the physical side of it. I was making my day rate was $300 a day, right? And Jimmy was still friendly with TYT back in 2016. So Jimmy, and this was sort of a code Jimmy TYT joint. The footage could go to TYT or, it wasn't very formalized about how that would work. And a lot of it did go to TYT. I turned it, turned the cards in and stuff, whatever. And we made some content out of it. We made some mini docs. One of them got picked up by Rolling Stone, a pretty prestigious organic media pickup about our story about the Nevada caucus. That was pretty cool. I was right in the middle of it, standing there spinning the camera around as all this chaos is going around me because they had miscounted it and they fucked up this room. It was pretty interesting. That was pretty value producing for TYT to get a media outlet like the Rolling Stone writing about reporting being done from their facility. So I've had a little bit of a taste of it. I forgot what I was saying. God damn it. Okay. Forgot what I was saying. I had to I had to stop the recording, watch it. My day rate for that time around then was $300, which is pretty low pay for carrying around a backpack full of gear, being a cameraman, being a sound operator, laptop, doing editing, producing, running around, chasing stuff around. It's $300 a day. If you do 5 days a week at 300, that's $1,500 a week. That shakes out to around $75K a year. I've never made that much money in my life, but that would be awesome to do that. But it's not a crazy amount of money, especially by 2025 standards. But 2019, not a ridiculous amount of money. Actually, this would have been 2016. Even then, not at all ridiculous for $300 a day. They called me in and they talked me down. A special meeting with Jack Gerard. Wanted to talk to me. Hey, could we come in? I need to talk about this. And I felt pressured. I didn't really have, this was 2016. I wasn't working. Jimmy Dore was my boss, but TYT was going to foot the bill for the travel and for the work for the, stuff I was just telling you about, going to these different events, Bernie Sanders in Iowa. And it was pretty interesting stuff. And it was tiring and exhausting and exhilarating and all kinds of different emotions. But they talked me down for a 3-day thing from 300 to 250. Just a little squeeze, a little extra squeeze out of it. They needed $150 from me. And I'm sure the guy left that meeting thinking, all right, well, one task of the day done. Good. Got that stupid asshole Hank out of here. He's not going to get away with $900. He's only going to get $750. I did a good job. I'm a big boy. Our little bitty line will go up. We can afford 2 extra sushi bites at our favorite sushi place. Up here, our treehouse of dipshits up here in the C-suite. So just give you an example of the way that TYT treats people who work for them. in terms of money. I don't know what Emma was paid. I know that she showed up. She did a lot of good work for them. And she's supposed to owe Cenk money, screaming and yelling, "Give me the money back." Give me all the money back. Give me the money.
Your videos on Facebook, because Peter Thiel financed Facebook. You going to do that? Money
And
back from all
one
your
of the
videos
points that
on
I keep
Facebook.
making, and as we're about to see, our friend Matt Binder, who I got to finally talk to on the Leftist Mafia, I want to call into a show and have a personal talk with him because Hank lights on Binderhead. But you're about to see Matt Binder here. But he made a comment very succinctly, sums up a lot of what I'm trying to point out about Cenk. He doesn't respect his audience. When he tells his audience, when Hansi called in and asked him about being a union buster, and he says, "No, I'm definitely not a union buster," with those articles out there, that's a huge sign.
Are you a union buster?
No, I'm definitely not a union buster. So
Well, there's evidence that proves otherwise, though.
what evidence? All right, brother, you've had a nice run. Bye-bye. Okay, so, but let me address that.
What evidence, he says. That's a massive sign. But then he goes on and explains, I can't be a union buster because we have a union. And he forces two guys in the union to admit that they're in the but like to say, yes, I'm in the union.
So, guys, we busted the union so hard here that there's a union here. Edward, are you in the union? Edward's in the union. Look at that. Oh, that's so weird. John, you in the union?
Yes, I am.
Huh. They appear to be entirely unbusted. So, guys, this is a thing that happened 4 years ago. And they, oh my God, they're the union busters, etc. We had, union came in, IATSE. We had negotiations. It was the most lovely, peaceful, amicable negotiations you've ever seen in your life.
Suggesting that by saying that he, because he didn't admit to attempting to bust the union, by the way, but he was saying that they couldn't possibly be a union buster because he has a union.
For people who actually think that we busted a union and there's no union here, yeah, I can see why they'd be angry, but it's not true. And so, but I gave up caring about that stuff because there's literally millions of people who believe terrible things about me that aren't even anywhere near true. So what am I gonna do? Fucking internet, you know what I'm saying? Okay.
It's so disrespectful of the audience. It's so disrespectful that he told his audience that, and it was through their statements. It wasn't verbal. I wish it was. But it was through their statements that other people started this union to harm his run for Congress. He didn't tell them the truth, and he had an obligation to check first, which he just simply wasn't going to because it was inconvenient. The truth would have been bad for him. Exactly the same here. The fact that he thinks this is a convincing argument should humiliate him forever. It is so embarrassing that he thinks that this stands as a good argument. And it shows you what he thinks about his audience. So let's listen to Matt Binder here. Get ready, because Binder's about to light on your marble-brained head right now.
Because Peter Thiel financed Facebook. You gonna do that? No, you're not gonna do that, right?
You must think your viewers are fucking morons to make that argument.
He said it like twice. He said a couple different versions of that and that. I just find that so funny. So those are the tweets that I had clipped out. This is going on forever. I really didn't intend this to be another goddamn 3 hours. But hey, if it's under 4 hours, we're doing good. That's called progress. Here's Anna saying, and we're wrapping up. She points out this tweet. Sam Sachs called out Emma on this tweet. Apparently she retweeted something. Seemingly wasn't accurate. I'm not sure. I don't know where it stands. I'm not sure if Emma has addressed this. Fine if she does. I don't think this amounts to anything close to Anna's insistence that MAGA wasn't for 2025, or that or believing Donald Trump is a credible source at all on anything he says. The guy who's a notorious con man and a notorious liar. Like, Trump's magic is that his authenticity makes him seem honest, but that's the necromancy happening real time, is that he's a completely fungible person who doesn't speak in accuracy. So people fill in the gaps with their own biases. But here's Anna talking about correcting stories. And again, I don't know if Emma has an obligation to correct this story. Let's say it is wrong. Maybe she should. I'm not here to pick a fight for that. She's not, it's, whatever. It's fine. I'm not, fine. It's okay that this is in the video. It's worth pointing out if you feel like it needs to be addressed. If it does rise to a level where she addresses it, it's worth pointing that out too. And also, and it's not necessarily a credible source here either, as far as the editorialization that Anna has already shown in this video, in my sense as well. So take a look at it if you like to or not. I'm not trying to hide it.
The post that was retweeted 5,000 times. I checked today, it's still up. And therein lies the heart of the issue with Majority Report. Anyone who has a thought or belief that deviates even slightly from their doctrine is just a right-winger. And right-wingers could never make any legitimate points, right? We must all worship the all-sanctimonious Majority Report and their ideological dogma at all costs, even when there's evidence proving them wrong. Although I can't decide if people like Emma are really this cultish with their politics, or if they're just terrified by their own audience.
DSA Josh, I live on the west side of LA. All the criticism that conservatives are directing towards Mayor Karen Bass is 100% motivated by white nationalism and violent misogyny. They're fascists, full stop.
Hey, DSA Josh, you're unhinged. And guess what? I'm elated that you watch Majority Report. They deserve you.
Tell the truth, DSA Josh. He's going after some random commenter from Majority Report. That's so crazy. And the idea that, like, I don't know the degree of the white nationalism, but any black prominent figure, any mayor in this country who is African-American, who's black, like Karen Bass is, who's been a prominent politician, she was a national politician too, is going to be on the receiving end of white nationalist rhetoric, particularly in the era of ascendant white nationalism, of Christian nationalism, particularly these days, the emboldened, ghouls that have always existed in this country as in its origins. Root code type stuff coming back up that Trump is tapping into. He's turning the river of pink ooze into a river of pink oozelings. I'm thinking of DS9 Odo, he's a changeling. Star Trek. I love Star Trek so much.
As for TYT, we're gonna correct the record when we get something wrong.
Okay, there it is. Anna, well, here's Anna's tweet back February 21st, 2020. While I'm personally supportive of unions, this feels like it's done in bad faith. The fact that this all blew up on the day of Cenk's debate is also extremely suspicious. This is her saying she's against TYT Union. She's answering, a thread here, a two tweet thread where she writes at the top, as an employee of TYT, this is February 21st, 2020. As an employee of TYT who is not part of management and not involved in the business side, I'm the EP of the main show, meaning I have editorial say. I feel extremely uncomfortable with IATSE's endorsement of Cenk's congressional opponent who does not share our progressive values. And she retweets Cenk here. This is a quote tweet of his where he points out that IATSE did endorse them. If you look at this statement down here at the bottom, the fact that IATSE has failed to respond to TYT, this is in the film, by the way, the fact that IATSE has failed to respond to TYT, instead opting to issue misleading statements, suggests that there are other motives at play. They seem to think that the other motive, they're hinting at the conspiracy. They're hinting at the notion that this was not a worker-led effort, that it's somehow some other thing. This was the first salvo in this bullshit that outsiders unionized the Young Turks. So here's Anna explicitly coming out against the union at the Young Turks. There's other tweets of hers as well to this Substack here. This goes to the top. Here's the headline. 2 versions, 1 truth. Evidence for my claims about the Young Turks. See for yourself, documents, emails, articles, tweets supporting the claims I'm making. So if we scroll down, first of all, start at the articles. Go to the articles right here. They're super helpful. Great foundation for the union busting if you'd rather not me be your core source for it. Obviously I have a bias. I'm very closely, connected to this whole deal. I just have all the different tweets that came up. Here's Cenk, being sarcastic, acting as if there's some sort of conspiracy that he might be called out for his union busting at this forum that they were finally, it was finally going to be his first time in the same room as Christie, or not same room first time, but same like formal debate event. It was like 10 candidates or something. You'll see part of that in the film too. They didn't bring it up. The suspicion that they were going to bring it up, and then they never did. Even if she had brought it up, it wouldn't be any affirmation of why the workers don't deserve their right to collectively organize. As I write too, this sidebar here, pause and read it. This is very reasonable. it was fair that they felt some sort of suspicion about it, considering they might not have understood or there might not have been, but they didn't seem to care to do any fact checking in order to confirm that before smearing their own workers because they were motivated. They didn't want to know. It's not even that they didn't want to know the truth. It's that they had a narrative predetermined that they were insistent on spreading. They smeared their workers to intentionally. Otherwise, they wouldn't have covered it up all this time. Here's Anna saying she feels uncomfortable. We just saw that one. Here's saying it feels like it's done in bad faith. What was the sources, Anna? Was it your feelings? Because this is not enough sourcing. This, I'm trying to click on it. This little bit here where it's an internal communication of IATSE going to canvass for Christy Smith, proving that they endorsed her. I looked for announcements from them. I didn't know what time period that happened. But Young Turks workers first reached out to IATSE. This is the long tweet thread, by the way. They're hyper obsessed about IATSE. They describe it as a ploy to intimidate us and the people who work at TYT. Maybe it was because your workers wanted to get health insurance and paid days off for one of their people. Maybe they felt disrespected by the horrible working conditions. And there was a bunch of leftists who believe in fucking unionizing, and so they unionize their workplace. Like, the story is pretty simple. These articles go into it. Dave Jamieson wrote in Huffington Post, and he spoke to Cenk. As the union spat became more public, Uyghur suggested on Twitter that the union campaign was politically motivated by the International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees, the union trying to organize TYT employees. Now, that is true. Like, they were, but like, we invited them to organize TYT. We were organizing our union, and we looked around and said, well, that's the union we would join. We invited them to come in. IATSE endorsed Smith in the race. But staffers, here's the critical part. Staffers said their first organizing discussions date back more than 2 years. Remember, this was written in February 2024. And their recent attempt to round up support began shortly before Uyghur declared his candidacy, a timeline confirmed by a union organizer. Shortly, the word means months before in this case. In fact, I said the wrong, like right here, this is me talking to Kim Kelly by email. I wish I had said 4 to 5 months, not 3 to 4 months. But if you want to be really pedantic, I plotted before these 3 or 4 months. Conversations started in June, July, August. So like 3 or 4 months, but these numbers don't need to be super precise. So but I do wish I had said like 5 months mainly. That's I kind of go, oh, that's not quite there. In the New Republic then, not that we're going to read that part again, but here, a further snarl appeared when Uyghur accused IATSE of trying to sabotage his California congressional run. By the way, this plot is so stupid. It only works if he denies the union. Say yes to the union and there's no plot. In fact, it becomes the one bright spot. You know how much more Cenk would be bragging about his union and his company if it wasn't this gaping open wound that I'm like, I feel like Neo from the Matrix trying to like swim my way into it, but I can't quite get in. That's why I need help from people who have more social, parasocial power than I do. Cause I'm like a fish whose head is like stuck partway through. And I'm just like, but my tail is wiggling really hard. But if he had just said yes to the union, even if he hated it, even if he knew the time, then he could have fundraised. You know how much an audience, TYT's audience would have been so down for like, oh my God, cool. They're living their principles. Look how awesome Cenk Uyghur is. He's a man who means it. And he even was very honest and said that he at first wasn't sure if he was for it, but his heart, he's a good man. And then he runs for president. He could talk about how he ran as a union organizer. And that was like all the things that he could twist it. He's a twister. He's a sales guy. He'll totally spin this shit up into these bullshit mesmerism type rhetorical arguments that he's fond of making, and he hopes people don't see through. He's just not used to people seeing through the bullshit as much. It didn't used to be as obvious as in the past, and that's probably a difference in terms of himself as well as the way it's being received. It would be such a gift to his future. What a fucking idiot to not realize how dumb, how just like of a self-own it was, how much of a self-inflicted wound it is to do union busting while running for Congress. When the hell has that ever happened? I guarantee, pre-1950 something back throughout history in America, there were politicians who were also business owners who were doing union busting. I guarantee it can't be the first time, but this guy did union busting while running for Congress. It's nuts. Let's just finish this. I'm spitting like against former Representative Katie Hill. He is challenging California Assemblywoman Christy Smith from the left. But the campaign has run into trouble from the start, even before Senator Bernie Sanders pulled his endorsement following public outcry over Uyghurs' past inflammatory, sexist, and racist comments. When he called the timing of the unionization announcement into question on Twitter, intimating a conspiracy against him because IATSE had previously endorsed his opponent, organizers offered a quick rejoinder. Alex Thompson, in April, was it 20th? I thought that might have been the 10th. I might need to double check on that one. I'll make sure that I do. There are typos and stuff like that I've found in these, so I don't want to get that wrong. I'll make sure that's accurate. The Progressive Company, which was a big booster of Senator Bernie Sanders' presidential campaign, ended up voluntarily recognizing the union. See, that's not true. That's bad writing. There's only one chance to voluntarily recognize. Voluntary recognition triggers negotiation. Actual voluntary recognition marks the start of the negotiation phase, but TYT refused to negotiate because they refused to recognize, insisting instead on a new election at a later date, buying themselves time during which management would employ the array of coercive and deceptive union busting techniques. Delay is an extremely common union busting tactic. They didn't negotiate after they rejected card check, which means and you can only voluntarily recognize once. Once it's forced through the second election, Alex Thompson's not a labor journalist. I think that's why he gets this way. He does like national reporting. He was real big on the Biden during the Biden and the last several months of the Biden campaign about his mental conditions and stuff. I think, at least I recall seeing him on TV. Like his profile has raised, but I find this phrasing kind of annoying because they didn't actually end up voluntarily recognizing the union. Cenk wants people to believe that that's what happened, but it's not. We have the workers' words to show you what happened because they're more trustworthy on what happened than Cenk Uyghur. Okay, real quick. I just remembered I needed to show you. This was the day the union finally, the second election was held. The vote was 9-6. Cenk puts this deceptive tweet out. Remember, I was taking issue with Alex Thompson saying it was voluntary recognition, saying, our editors, graphics, and studio technicians at the Young Turks decided to join IATSE today. That's not true. They had decided months prior to that. We voluntarily recognized through the union through an immediate secret ballot. Looking forward to working with them on a healthy, productive relationship. So this might be where Alex Thompson sort of got that language, thinking like, oh, they finally did do the thing where it's now an official, therefore it's voluntary. It's not. This was involuntary recognition. Here's TYT Union. Here's the workers themselves. We have voted again. This was the second election and have reaffirmed, like they're showing it, they're clearly choosing their words carefully, our decision to organize. We are pleased to announce that the Young Turks has officially recognized TYT Union. We're thrilled to now have a voice on the job. That's what happened. It wasn't voluntary. It was official recognition, or as I call it in the film, involuntary. Continuing. But that only came after a drive that included 2 separate complaints to the National Labor Relations Board, the company's rejection of card check in favor of a secret ballot, a typical business practice that Sanders and other progressives have fought against, allegations of a political conspiracy to sink Uyghur's recent congressional campaign, and at least 2 1,500-word-plus screeds that Uyghur emailed to staff arguing against employees forming a union, which were obtained by Politico. One NLRB complaint over the termination of a pro-union employee is still pending. So apparently, in an interview with Alex Thompson, Uyghur also suggested, this is reading now, Uyghur also suggested that the union drive was part of an effort to undermine his recent campaign for Congress in California's 25th district, in which the union had endorsed one of his Democratic opponents. Uyghur finished 4th in the top 2 primary on March 3rd. Uyghur cited that dynamic as one of the irregularities when asked why he did not support card check. Here's the critical part. Emails viewed by Politico, however, see, where I'm from, Illinois, that's just a word we use that indicates something else is relevant and worth considering and possibly even true. Contradictory to a previous, what do they call chunks of sentences? Segment? I don't know. Show that conversations between the staffers and IATSE date back to April of 2018. And they began scheduling a meeting with the union on November 5th, 2019, more than a week before Uyghur declared his candidacy. So we talked to IATSE twice. I wasn't there for the 2018 one. I shouldn't say we, but the group first reached out in 2018 asking IATSE for help, and they showed Alex Thompson emails proving that. Not just their word, they proved it. And they also had the emails, because they don't delete the emails. They also had the emails that showed that we first reached out in November, early November of 2019. Cenk filed for his paperwork on the 13th of November. What is that? 8 days? 8 days before. Nobody knew he was going to become a politician. We asked IATSE to help us to check our boss's horrible employment practices. We wanted to improve our working conditions. Anna retweeted the thing, this detailed thread, and nobody ever reached out to me, even though I made it clear that I was available to speak, to be out there. And they could have checked with me. There was no reason they wouldn't have trusted me. The honesty I would have shared is in these 3 tweets that are on screen. Sorry, I'm not reading them out loud. But so where's Anna's willingness to correct the record here? So remember, Anna said this about correcting the record at TYT.
As for TYT, we're going to correct the record when we get something wrong. And I'm positive it will happen again in the future.
Well, it happened in the past, Anna. And this is what Anna had to say on the Nomiki Konst program in July of 2028. This entire interview is really interesting. Just a very short clip here. So if you want to say it's out of context, go ahead. But you can find this on Nomiki's YouTube channel. There's parts of this are going to be in the final version of the film. It's actually a fascinating, the whole 6 to 7 minute chunk here about this whole, she talks about the union stuff way more than any discussion about the union Cenk has ever had up until this recent January 2025, where he was asked about it on the Generational Change podcast. Until then, this interview was by far the most anybody from TYT upper. She's not management, but she was involved in a way that she's probably trying to avoid telling. Or maybe not. I don't know. If she had done any kind of internal communications to people about the union, I'd be fascinated to learn about that or not. If she wants to tell me that she did do some fact checking that I'm not aware of, I'm totally open to seeing evidence of it. From me and my sources, there was no contact or communication with people who were involved to try to assess how the union got started. So I feel very confident saying no fact checking occurred. Anyway, so here's what she said about the union. Watch your hands here.
And it turned into a union busting story.
Air quote. One more time.
And it turned into a union busting story. And it turned into a union
busting. She air quotes union busting. So she doesn't think all that was union busting. Maybe she doesn't know what it was. She sort of acknowledged, she doesn't, this whole interview is really interesting. I really need to do like a thorough breakdown. Honestly, I could probably talk about it for several hours because she details all the reasons they were suspicious, and sort of people who are in the know are going to be suspicious. But very much taking the sort of company line around it. There's one brief moment where she says something like, well, then they got the union, and now that they're happy, okay, fine.
It turned into a union busting story. And now they're unionized, and we understood, by the way, I'm not even in management. I'm an executive producer, which is different from being in management on the business side of things. So I have no say in whether people get to unionize or not. And if the employees want to unionize, they should unionize. And that's what happened. They finally did. And if they're happy, awesome. But the problem that I had with the way that story played out and how it was perceived by people in indie media is that immediately, virtue signaling is real. It is real.
But she doesn't acknowledge anything about the origin of the union. And in the end, the final third of this interview, she goes on to sort of reprimand the left for, this is the stuff that's probably going to be in the film, but as well as this moment, I think. Actually, this is in the early part of the film, is a screenshot. But, and she goes on to reprimand the left and other content creators and shows and stuff for putting out information about this without checking first with her and Cenk.
And so immediately there were few people from indie journalism that I love and I have great respect for who felt the need to condemn Cenk publicly, right? Because it's the brand play, I got to make sure that my brand among my leftist audience is squeaky clean. So that means immediately, without asking any questions, without looking into the story,
I'm going to go ahead and condemn Cenk as a union buster. And that really infuriated me because, hey, how about hit him up? How about call me? How about ask a question or two?
Ask a question. That's right. That's it.
Right. Instead of like, really, you're going to believe the New York Times or CNN or whoever?
And that's the lack of solidarity that they refer to. The full episode was episode 26 where they talk about Michael Brooks. But this clip was clipped out by Nomiki, and it talks about solidarity in the headline at least. So, but she suggests that she and Cenk had authority over the story than the workers, than myself or anybody else who was involved at the beginning. That's nuts. That really bothers me that she thinks that she gets to be the arbiter of the truth about what happened here. Maybe that's why they didn't do any fact checking, just something along those lines of why would they know? They weren't involved. We made sure they weren't because we feared retaliation from upper management. Here's Cenk being dishonest when the union was ratified.
Our relationship got off to a bumpy start in the beginning.
That's what he called his union busting, a bumpy start. That's clearly designed to deceive people and not tell them what's going on.
But that was due to a lot of different reasons having nothing to do with how we treat employees here.
Wrong. Literally, the reason we unionized was because of how you treat employees, you fucking liar. Come on. And then there's another one. This was the call. This is Hansi83 on Twitter. Give him a follow. Called up and got in Cenk's grill. I don't know how to use these words. And we got this magical moment, which is certainly going to be in the film.
Are you a union buster?
No, I'm definitely not a union buster. So,
there's evidence that proves otherwise, though.
What evidence? All right, brother. You've had a nice run. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. There's plenty of evidence, dude. There's all kinds of evidence. All right, awkward edit there. Sorry, guys. Quick comments here just to see Anna's responses to the majority report, and we want to see what TYT viewers are saying. We'll go to top comments first. This shit is boring as hell. Get some therapy and move on, says Icy Kitty. Benjamin Kendrick says, maybe it's time for Anna to step away from the internet. Being terminally online isn't healthy. Don Sullivan says, I'm not sure how Sam is wrong. Q-Plat says, yeah, this is pathetic. The whole point is that you took a habitual liar and a scam artist at his word. Kind of something I've been saying. Wayne Alley one says, Anna's political turn is one of the most depressing things I've seen at this point. At best, she is a centrist. That's totally fine. I just don't want to hear her gaslight us about how progressive she is, and this attack on Sam and the MR is just ... She has fallen pretty low. Mike Fisher 5467 says, you 100% mocked voters and anyone that was worried about Project 2025. Did she blankety 1988? Did Anna mention that she corrected herself behind a paywall? Blankety 1988 also says Sam is 100% correct on Anna. Madden Terror says your price is injured. Your pride is injured. I get it, but it's time to move on. This is a bad look. Making statements 812. OMG, you believe him? Social Security is the largest budget item. It would be the easiest thing to cut. They're going to do it. Doge is already in there looking to cut shit. How is she this naive? Walter Lemon 9127 says everyone in the comments is laughing at you. No, that Ryan says some of TMR's best content over the years has been and continues to be Sam confidently and decisively debunking conservative libertarian talking points. Anna is being wildly dishonest here. Also, stop lying about how YouTube ads work. Okay. You guys noticed that Anna didn't make a 16-minute video clapping back at Laura Loomer. This is It's a Bet 422. She barely responded, LOL. This should tell you something. Chosen one of the non-existent God at 9:55 time code. You can't predict that Trump is a fascist. Well, why are you a journalist again? Another soldiers. Anna is so embarrassing and such a letdown. She really thought that she did something. I want to find one that is like in support. I mean, honestly, that feels trying to. Don't just want to be piling it on here. Someone wrote here, how dare your peers point out the fact that you clearly knew better and personally argued as much before you got paid off by Polymarket? I hope she got some Polymarket money. I I assume it went into the general coffers there, but maybe Cenk owes her a bonus. Give her a bonus, Cenk. Honestly, Anna deserves well, she has her agent. I mean, that's kind of in the film. We actually look at that a little bit. It's not about her, but it's about negotiating for increasing your working conditions, and she has somebody that does the negotiating for her. Okay, someone wrote, "This is the first time ever thumb one of your videos. TYT, shame on you. All caps. Stop. This is so odd. Anna's entire defense of herself is essentially that either that Trump said he wouldn't do it or he hasn't done it yet. You guys spent years talking about how big of a pathological liar Trump is. So this is pretty incredible. Denying Project 2025 was simply about convenience." Very succinct, nicely done, nicely said. We'll go to sort by newest first. John Bristol 97. All the far left is saying Anna's moved to the right or wrong. You're just so far left. Anyone not socialist looks right wing. Okay, we found a defender. Good. Another person. Aussie Girl 235. Anna has lost her mind. Josenetto 9412. This woman is a joke. If she has 2 neurons, then it is a stretch. All right. Telesto 912. I used to really disagree with Anna on almost everything, but I think a lot of us from both sides of the aisle are moving closer to the center, and we're realizing that both the far right and the far left have completely lost their minds. Keep up the good fight, Anna. You're swaying people's opinions every day. All right, we'll leave it on that one. Someone wrote, "I'm not reading all that, you worthless normie." Okay. All right, so edit back over. So we're done. I can't do this anymore. I'm fucking exhausted. I've got a Francesca clip here. We'll save this for later. Sorry. We don't need to. I mean, it's good. She's so good, man. She's giving Piers Morgan shit about Jeffrey Epstein. It's just, okay. We got to play it. But maybe we'll do this again.
Someone asked me about Epstein. Let's talk about Epstein. I'll give a damn about Epstein. Apparently, they shared girlfriends. Michael Wolff said there's naked photos of Trump with underage girls, and apparently there was a stain on Trump's pants.
Okay, can we just?
Was that in Epstein's
vault?
Can you
get back to the question?
Was that? Do you think that was in Epstein's vault when the Trump's FBI raided Epstein's home?
If Kamala loses, why would she lose?
What was in the vault?
Otherwise, you won't get a chance.
I'm not going to. You're interrupting me all the time.
I don't want to talk about Jeffrey Epstein. Sorry.
Well, I wasn't talking about Epstein, then you interrupted me, sir.
Right. Can you answer my question?
So if she loses, why?
When I come on your podcast, you can ask me about Jeffrey Epstein as much as you like. But now, I wanted to ask about tomorrow.
I love it. Looks like it was from before the election, though, right? It seems to be. But this was posted February 24th, 2025. But, there's been stuff about Jeffrey Epstein not released, or Trump. This is the thing. Here we go. We got to play it since I have it here.
Did you declassify the 9/11 files?
He's on a Fox News interview. This is in before the election.
Would you declassify JFK files?
All right, starting over.
Did you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah. I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know.
He's in them.
You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff.
There's a lot of phony stuff. Jeffrey Epstein had a lot of phony stuff like me and my name and my pictures all over the place. Bullshit. There's videos of him disgusting 80s Trump with girls dancing. I mean, these guys are all over the place. Bill Clinton was there. They murdered the dude to stop it, but they're not going to declassify this stuff, or they're going to take shit out of it. He's got to have to fake news the fuck out of it if they even get close to it. Yeah, I'll do it. But by the way, look who's in the interview. Is that Hegseth on the right? That's the Secretary of Defense now. Fucking Fox. He's got white nationalist tattoos on his arms and his chest. That's the Secretary of Defense. That guy has immense power over. It's just nuts.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that.
Sure you would there, buddy. We all know what happened. Everybody knows that you were involved with that stuff. The whole ruling class is a bunch of demonic freaks destroying people any which way they can, any way they want to. They don't have the whole point of power is you have a whole different set of accountability standards. This podcast has gone so fucking long. Okay, finally, as we wrap up, we're done here, but I just looking up these tweets, I found this one. I saw this one in my media, so we're going to play it. This is one of the moments where Sam Cedar shows up. And if you're a fan of Majority Report, or if you're in on this world and you want to help complete the film, help support my work, 4 years of work. I'm trying to raise $50,000. And if one person wants to do that, great, but it's going to take a lot of people. Please consider contributing. Lots of years here. That's about 4 years of work for $50K. I think I could easily justify more than 50. I feel embarrassed asking for any money. It's so fucking, aren't we all humiliated by this fucking money? Anyway, here's a bit. This took a lot of work. This is the end of a sequence and into the beginning of the sequence where we get to meet Sam. And if you're familiar with the opening of Majority Report, this will mean a lot.
Welcome.
The previous Friday, Cenk appeared on a Brooklyn woodworking podcast to demand redress for what CNN literally did to him.
CNN literally wrote that I invited him on the show to share his anti-Semitic views.
Quote, Cenk invited former Ku Klux Klan leader David Duke for a segment about his anti-Semitic view of Judaism.
If what they're doing is trying to say that you're David Duke friendly, this is, they're scared.
Shielded by vagueness, CNN's imprecise wording, it could be argued, implies the KKK guy and his abhorrent views were welcome on TYT, which they weren't. Reporting this Watch the bottom.
unclear
Is either sloppy or intentional, or as some might argue,
CNN obviously did a hit job.
Good. They make it seem like he invited him to pal around with him and get along with him.
It's gross. It's negligent. It's horrible.
When, of course, the entire time, he was pummeling him into the ground and disagreeing with him at every turn and calling him out at every turn.
Cenk's right. What CNN did was wrong.
They're flat out lying about it.
No apologies.
I'm not going to apologize for the David Duke interview. I'm just not.
In fact, CNN owes him an apology. Literally.
Literally, CNN owes me an apology.
Cenk2020.com. I'm not sure if you're aware of that website, Cenk. And
CNN and traditional media, they've declared war on Cenk Uygur.
I gotta fix that hand thing. I did that kind of last minute. The John Cusack is a callback to a previous part where we see John Cusack in the film. That's why he's in this chunk, and it connects to that World War II. It's like a little bit more to this. CNN never produced the redress Cenk sought for the hurt he suffered. Cenk would remain apologyless. I like this shot. That's like one of my favorite moments. Time pushed on. You notice I didn't talk? Like I'm so many video essays or documentaries or something along these lines. There's just this like it's almost like the same note, the same tone, taking little breaks, giving a little space to breathe. I love finding places for that where it feels good. A lot of the editing I do is very intuitive after I get it mostly there, and then I watch it over and over. I've seen this fucking thing so much, so god damn it. So like this moment too, it illustrates, this is just like an animation idea I had to have these like characters flying, and the dirt appearing was very intentional on this plant as it grows. So that's just a Z-axis 3D space in oh shit. That's a Z-axis 3D space in After Effects. It's not sped up at all. I just does this heavy motion blur on the characters, so it's like 3 or 4 frames passing by, and then the plant growing at its own speed. So it looks like it's like a fast forward, but it's just literally I just made them move fast and stopped them every once in a while. I love that. Yeah, the whole thing is designed to be one giant edible hot dog. Ketchup lights over hot dog head. You know what I mean? So it's a 12. I've finished 12 inches of the hot dog, and I'm asking for people to support the work that I've already done, as well as get me to the end here so I can fucking be done with this wretched baby and squeeze this crowning demon out of my fucking womb because it's poisoning me from the inside. So tellthetruthjank.com. Please consider supporting. I really, truly need as much help as you can muster up. I was going to get into some of this stuff. This is some Elon Musk things. This is actually just a really interesting moment about Elon Musk and then this CPAC shit, but there's no way we're getting into that stuff tonight. So there you go, guys. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Let's see if I set up my OBS software well again as we say goodbye. Hope you had fun. I got to go edit this goddamn monstrosity of a podcast now. Oh, fuck. We didn't do comments. Okay. God damn it. Yeah. All right. That's it, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Go to the website, please. Check out the GoFundMe. I'm working on like a big tour sort of fundraiser thing. If you feel like reaching out or I have Venmo. I don't know. The whole money thing makes me so uncomfortable. But there's all kinds of ways to support. Obviously, if it's not just about money, there's if you have a show, if you want to share this in chats that you go on, if you want to help others learn about it, share the link. Let me know if you ever find Cenk on some other podcast talking about me and my friends and lying about us again. Like a couple people told me about the Generational Change podcast. But yeah, let's get this done. I mean, I need people to help me do that. That's a lot of freaking work. I still want to this website sort of like is functional, and I think it does serve the need that I want it to. I want to move the trailer up. I just want to tinker with this website a lot. It's kind of like a new toy to play with that frustrates me. Therefore, I get obsessive about doing it. Yeah, we're going to do it together. Tell the Truth, Cenk, a documentary about work. I actually want this word to change to other words. I like it when it switches to like dignity, consent, lies, unions, bosses, marbleheads. So there you go. The hot dog is 12 inches. We need to go 18. Help me with that final bit and the rest of it. And I'm just repeating myself. Okay, I'm going to go cook a chicken pot pie and dump some canned green beans on it. That's been my move lately. Oh, and I got some discount ham. I'm excited about that. Discount ham is my favorite kind of ham. So good night, everybody. Take care of yourself. Get off your phone more. Stretch a little bit more. Do your body some good. Move it around. Don't give into the depression so hard, so fast, like I have been a lot. But like sometimes it just feels good to just stand on your feet, shake your arms, do some stretching within reason. Don't hurt yourself. But your body will reward you somewhat. It can. It truly does have more power than we often remember. I'm talking to my fellow lethargy heads. Okay. All right. All right. Well, now I got fucking days of editing. God damn it. And as I was saying, as I tried to do earlier, just a bit ago, the only thing that we can say about what's happening these days is fuck. Hold on. As I was trying, the only thing that everything's horrible and terrible, and the only thing we can say about what's happening these days is shit. I did it too fast. As the only thing that we could say about what's going on these days is be careful, it's a banana. Oh, no. I did my own Foley. A Bible. Yes, the purple dildo. His eyes are, I need to do a wounded. I need to get it to stay on screen there for. Okay. Bye.